Do you want to build the most complete Facebook clone app on the internet? This app comes with all the features that exist in the actual Facebook app, like adding people as friends, sending messages to people, posting images and videos, and also adding status that only your friends can see. So without further ado, let's get into it.
So let's start by creating a Firebase project. Press on Add Project. Give it a name. I'm going to call it Facebook Clone. Let's continue. I'm going to let the crash analytics to be enabled. This is going to help us later. Let's continue. Choose your Firebase account and create your project. Our project creation is done. Let's head to Firebase console. Now we need to create our apps. I want my project to support iOS, Android, and web. So instead of creating 3 projects separately, I'm going to create a Flutter project that is easier, faster, and a lot more efficient. So to create a Flutter app, you need to have Firebase CLI installed and also be logged in with your Firebase account. I have already done these steps, and if you haven't, just click on this link and follow the instructions. So I'm going to go next. At this step, you have to copy this command and run it in a terminal. Let's bring this TMD and run the command. For me, it didn't take a lot of time because I have already done it. For you, it might be different. At the next step, you need to go to the root directory of your project and run this command. This command will add Firebase option to your app. It will also create you 3 apps that you want. So let's hit copy and go to project. I'm going to open the terminal and run this command. So this command basically fetches all your projects from Firebase and find the exact project that you want and ask you which apps you want to create. So let's wait for the command to work. At this step, choose the platforms you want to support. I want to support Android, iOS, and web. So I'm going to keep them ticked, and I'm going to untick the macOS using the spacebar. Let's hit enter. The Firebase CLI is going to check which apps you already have available, and if you don't have the app, it is going to create you. So this process is going to be repeated for Android, iOS, and web. So our apps are successfully created. Let's head back to console. Here, I'm going to click next, and at this step, it asks you to add this line to your main.dart. So let's head to our Flutter app, close terminal, and before the run app, you're going to copy and paste this line. You also need to make your main function async, and then widget flutter binding.initialize, because this process is going to be done before your app is actually initialized. So you need to have this line. For now, I have an error because I have not actually added a dependency for Firebase core, and I will do that in the next step. So now let's add our dependencies. I'm going to go inside firebase.yaml and paste the dependencies. These are the dependencies I'm going to add for this project. You do not necessarily need all of them right now, but because we will later need them, I'm going to add them all together. So we need 4 dependencies relating to Firebase: Cloud Firestore for storing our data, Firebase Software Authentication, Firebase Core for initializing our Firebase, and also Firebase Storage for storing images and videos. We're using Flutter Holo.pk to have Facebook Log.pk. We use Font Awesome Flutter for icons. We use Giphy for formatting dates and also having time ago. We use UUID for generating ID. We use Flutter Riverpod for state management. Flutter Toast for showing our errors. We have MHPK, Video Player, and also Story View for displaying stories. So now that the dependencies are added to the project, let's import our Firebase core. So let's go here in the top and say import package Firebase core, Firebase core.dart, and now all the errors are gone. Let's also import our Firebase options, and now we have no errors. At the next step, we are going to build the UI of the application, but before doing that, please make sure to clone the repository, and I will put a link in the description. So go to our GitHub repository and open the starter branch. This is where I put the starter code for this project. Inside which we have some files here. For example, I have managed the routing, I have defined some theme, and also I have a couple of screens and constants. So make sure to get the repository to be able to start the project. So before starting to create the UI for this application, I'm going to create a method for picking an image. We're going to quite use it in a lot of different places. So I'm going to create a method inside the core to make it easy.
So let's go inside the core and create a folder called utils. I'm going to also create a file called utils.dart. Inside the file, I'm going to create a method for picking an image. Let's call it pick image method. It's going to return a feature of top file that is nullable, and its name is pick image. It's not going to take any parameter, and it's async. The first thing I'm going to do is to create an image. So let's import an image from Dart.io. Let's also fix our import. The first thing I'm going to do is to create a pika object. So let's say final pika. Again, I made a typo. Final pika is equal to image pika. And somehow Dart auto import is not going to work. So I'm going to say import package image pika.dart. And if you don't see this import, it might be because you have not added the dependency in your PubSpec.yaml. So make sure to do that. Next, we're going to get our image as a file. So final file is equal to await pika.pickImage. We're going to have a couple of properties. First of all, this is the source. I'm going to say it's image source.gallery. I'm going to also specify a max weight and a max height of 720. And lastly, check if our file is not null. I'm going to put it inside my image. And the way to do that is to create a file and get our file.fat. Because the file that we get from image.pk is the next file. I'm going to convert it to a file and put it inside my image. And lastly, I'm going to return our image. So this was our image.pk. Now we need to work on our UI. So I'm going to start building the UI by building the small components we need inside our AI. So for you to have a good idea of what we're building, I'm going to put my emulator at the side of the project. This is the screen that we're going to be creating next, and this is the first component that we're going to create. This is a simple component for picking an image, and the only thing it does is to hold our image and also give us an ability to pick it. So let's go inside our core. I'm going to create a folder called widgets. This is where we put our widgets that are used globally, and I'm going to call it pick image widget.dart. Because this is going to be a very simple widget, I'm going to just paste the code here. As you see, all we have here is a parameter. This is of type of file. We have a container with the shape of circle. We have a border. And we also put a stack because when you want to put two things on top of each other, you're going to use a stack. First, we check if our image is null. If it is not null, we're going to put our image inside the background image of type file image. Otherwise, if it is null, we're going to use a network image and put a URL that I pick from internet. And on top of that, we have a position widget. That is this little icon. I use the font awesome icons.camera and use a color of black to be able to see it. So let's hit save. Now we need to create this text field, and as you see, we have used it in a couple of different places, like let's create a canvas screen, login screen, and also other screens. So let's create them. Again, we're gonna go inside our utils, core widgets. I'm gonna create a file called round textfield.dart, and inside the file I'm gonna paste the code for this. So this is gonna be a complex text field. So we get a couple of properties. We get a controller, hint text, is password is of type boolean. We get a keyboard type, text input action, and also we pass a validator function. So this is gonna be so simple. We're gonna create a text field inside which we put all our properties. We're going to have a border radius of 10. We also need to provide other properties like is password, keyboard type, text input action, and also a validator that is going to be a method. So this is basically our run text field. At the next step, we need to build this run button. So again, we just have to go inside our widgets and create a file called round button.dart. I'm going to again paste the code. So this is basically the code for our run button. We have a void callback that is on press. We have a label, color, and also a height. So all it basically is an equal inside which we have a container. We have a decoration with a border radius of 25. Based on press, we decide if our border color should be transparent or it should be of the color that we provide. We also have a text style, and based on whether we have provided a color and also an unpress, we're going to show different colors. And in case we have provided both color and unpress, this is how our text field is gonna look, and if we have not provided one of them, this is how our text field is gonna look. So now let's save, and now this is the time to start building our real project. So the last component that we're gonna build is gonna be this gender picker, and inside which we're gonna be using a radio tile. But this time, instead of building everything inside the core, we're gonna define our feature. So let's go inside the library. I'm gonna create a folder called features. The first feature that we're gonna work on is called off. Inside off, we have a folder called presentation. This is the folder that we're gonna put our screens and widgets. In this case, I need my widgets folder. So we basically create a features folder. The first feature is off, and inside this we have presentation. And inside that we have a widget folder. So inside the widgets, we're gonna create a file. I'm gonna call it gender picker.dart. So I'm gonna basically paste all the code for gender picker and also remove the import. So this is basically our gender picker. We have two properties. First, we have a string that is displaying our correctly selected gender, and we also have a function using which we can pass our gender to the previous screen. Inside which we have two gender tiles. We also have defined our gender radio tile. So let's go and also create them. Inside the same folder, I'm gonna create another file. It's called gender radio tile.dart. So let's also paste the code for gender radio tile. This time we have four properties: a title, a value, selected value, and unchanged. So as you see, the UI is too simple. We have a row inside which we have first of all a title, and then we have a radio button that is a radio button.adaptive. So it's gonna be looking different on Android and iOS. So inside the radio button we have three properties. First of all, we have the value. This is the value of the radio tile. For example, the value of this radio tile is gonna be male. For this one is gonna be female. We have a group value. The group value is gonna be the selected value. It means if it's select male, the group value is gonna be male. If it's select female, the group value is gonna be female. And next we have unchanged. And if you hover over it, you see that every time we select a radio tile, it is gonna give us the value. So using unchanged, we take our value and then we pass it to the gender picker using the unchanged handler. So let's also import the gender radio tile. And we also have another handler in this screen. So we use unchanged on both of them so that we can pass our data to the previous screen. And the previous screen is gonna be this create account screen. So let's go and build that. So now is the time to start building this screen. For that, I'm gonna close main.dart and go inside our feature. I'm gonna go inside feature and presentation, create another folder called screens, and create my create account screen.dart. Inside create account screen, we first of all have a stateful widget because we have a couple of text fields. I'm gonna call it create account screen, and inside that I'm gonna return the scaffold. Inside the scaffold, we first of all have a background color that is app colors dot real white color. Then we have an app bar. I'm gonna just define an empty app bar for now. And then we have a body. Inside the body, you first of all have a single chart scroll view. Inside which I'm gonna define a padding. And inside the padding property, I'm gonna be using constants.default padding. And in case you don't know, it was all included in the starter project. So if you don't have the starter project for this app, just go and grab it from the first thing in the description. And inside the body of the padding, inside the chart, we have a form. The first property of the form is a key. I'm going to define a global key right above our class. So let's say final form key is equal to global key is of type form state. So let's put it here. And as this child, we're going to have a column. And probably as the first property that we have inside this column, we're going to have this round button, and we called it pick image. So let's go and first of all define children. And the first property I'm going to put is pick image widget. So it then requires us an image. So I'm going to define
type here a nullable image, and let's make sure to import it from .io. But to pick an image, I'm gonna wrap my pick image. Let's get the formatting class first, and I'm gonna wrap it with a gesture detector. And I'm gonna make sure if we tap on it, we're gonna pick an image. So let's hit on tap. And inside the on press, I'm gonna call the method that we defined earlier, and that was pick image. So let's make this method async, and I'm gonna say image is equal to await pick image. I'm gonna also put image inside here. So to make sure everything is working fine, I'm gonna first of all go to main.dart, and instead of returning a scaffold, I'm just gonna return create account screen. And next we also have to make sure to run our project. So let's run it and wait for it to finish running. After running our project, I noticed that we have a problem, and that's gonna be about main sticky version. So the Firebase itself is recommending us to set a minimum sticky version of at least 90. So let's go and search here main sticky version, and we're gonna find inside build.gradle, and I'm gonna set it to 21, because if you set it to 19, later you're gonna get some multi-dex errors, and to avoid all errors in one place, I'm gonna set it directly to 21. So let's try to run it again. So it took quite a long time for our app to run, but our app is now ready. So now we have placed our image picker. Let's also test it out. If I click on this icon, it's gonna open up my gallery, and as you see, I can pick images. So let's go to gallery. I'm gonna go inside my images and this theme. I have a couple of images here, and if I click on any of them, it is gonna be picked, but because I have not applied the steady state, it's not gonna show up. So if I hot reload, the image is gonna be showing up. So let's also have steady state, and under this image picker, I'm gonna put a size box with a height of 20, and under that, I'm gonna paste two text fields. These are the run text fields that we have defined earlier. So let's also go and import them. And as you see, we lack a couple of things. And these things are, first of all, we need this controller, and we also need these validation methods. So let's go above and define our controllers. How many controllers do we need? Controllers. And if you go and see our previous app, we have 4 text fields: first name, last name, email, and also password. So let's define 4 controllers. I'm gonna say late, final, text editing controller, fname controller. I'm gonna copy it 4 times. I'm gonna call the next one last name controller, email controller, and also password controller. And let's go to init state and initialize our controllers. Let's say fname controller is equal to text editing controller, and I also want to copy it 4 times and initialize all other controllers. Let's also dispose our controllers using the dispose method. So now our controllers are ready. Next, we have to define our validation methods. So I'm gonna go inside my folder structure. Inside the feature of, I'm gonna create a file called utils, and inside the folder we have file utils.dart. Here is where I define my validators. So if you hover over the validator, you see this is a function that is returning a string, nullable, and it also takes a parameter of type string. So because this is not so important, I'm gonna paste it out. So these are my validator methods. We have a method for validating an email. I have explained how to create validation method in a previous video. You can go and watch it out. So what we basically do here is to create a regular expression, and we check our email. If it matches our regular expression, it says true, otherwise false. So we check if our email is verified, we return null, otherwise we return a message. So validators work in a way that if you return a message, it means that you have an error. Otherwise, if you return null, you don't have an error.
So we also have a method for validate password and also validate name. Let's go back. And now we need to import our files. And as you see, both our text fields should appear. But because we have hot reloaded, we need to hot restart to make sure our controllers are initialized. And now as you see, our UI is in the place. So the next component that we're gonna build is this birthday picker. I brought up this birthday picker using a package that I defined. So let's go and build the UI and also build the util. I'm gonna keep on this screen so that you can see what exactly are we building. So the first thing I'm gonna do is to create the UI for this birthday picker. So for that purpose, I'm gonna go inside my widgets, inside the feature of presentation and widgets. I'm gonna create a file called birthday picker.dart. I'm gonna paste the UI because it is basically just two texts sitting on top of each other. And if you click on this using an equal, I'm gonna pass a void callback that is gonna open up this dialog. So this is nothing more. And for sorting our day out like this, we need to create an extension on datetime. So to do that, we're gonna go inside lib core constants, and I'm gonna create a file called extensions. So we're gonna actually create an extension on top of datetime. So let's say, and as you see, our code is not recognized. That's because we did not define it as a .dart file. So let's go again and say extension format date on datetime. This extension is gonna return a string, and I'm gonna call it YMMED. So let's use Jiffy package. And because auto import is not working again, I'm gonna import it by hand. Let's import Jiffy. And I'm gonna say Jiffy.parse from datetime. First of all, we need to parse our datetime, and this time is gonna be this. And then I'm gonna return YMMED, what we exactly have here. So what this extension basically does is taking a datetime and returning a formatted string like this, as you see here. So as you see now, we have no problem parsing this date. So now that we are done creating our birthday picker, let's also put it under our text fields. So let's go under this row. I'm gonna first of all put the size box of height 20, and under that I'm gonna put my birthday picker. And as you see, it requires two parameters, an on price and also a date time. So I'm gonna go to the top of my file, and under the image I'm gonna define a nullable date time, and I'm gonna call it birthday. So I'm gonna put my birthday here, and as this is null, I'm gonna say if it is null, put datetime.now, and inside the on price I'm gonna say nothing for now. So if we hit save, we see that our birthday picker appears, and it is exactly as it looked in the complete app. But if we click on it, nothing happens because we don't have any method to pick any birthday. So to be able to pick our birthday, again we need to go inside our core, or I may actually want to put my birthday picker inside the util that is related to my off feature. So let's come here, and under these validator methods, I'm just gonna copy and paste. Our method is called pick sample date. We get a context and also a date. We're gonna use the Flutter holo date picker and the show sample date picker property. We pass a couple of properties including our date, and if our date is null, we're gonna pass initial date. We're gonna pass the first date, last date, and also date format. We have defined all of them here, and we also need to return our return date from this package. So let's get to our UI, and inside the onPress property of our birthday picker, I'm gonna say birthday is equal to await
pick simple date. Let's pass context, and also I'm gonna pass my birthday. And after we're done, I'm gonna just use steady state to update the UI. So now if you click on this, we're able to pick a date, and if we click OK, you see our date is changed. And we're showing the exact age of the person. So after the date picker, the next widget that I'm going to be defining is a gender picker. So let's first of all put the size box, height 20. And I'm going to put my gender picker. Because I have created everything beforehand, it is going to be super easy. You just need to place the widget, and inside the unchained handler, I'm going to get the value that is the exact selected gender. And as you see here, I have already defined my gender that is initially equal to male. And inside the unchained handler, I'm going to say my gender is equal to the value. And if the value is null, I'm going to again say is it male. And after that, I'm going to do a steady state to update the UI. So as you see, our gender picker is working well, and we can toggle this value. The next couple of widgets that we have to define is going to be email, password, and also this next button. So let's go to our app. And on the gender picker, I'm just going to paste the code for them. So we have a text field for email, a text field for password, and here you see the password is equal to true. And we also need a run button with a label of text. So if you now hit save, you see that our UI is complete. Now that we are done designing the create account screen, let's also design login screen. So for that purpose, I'm going to go inside my presentation screens, and now I'm going to create a screen called login screen.dart. This is again going to be a stateful widget, so I'm going to call it login screen. The first thing I'm going to do is to define my controllers. I have two controllers, one for email and one for password. So let's define them. And then I'm going to go inside the UI. The first thing I'm going to return is a scaffold. We first of all have an app bar, and I'm going to put an empty app bar, just like create account screen. Inside the body, I'm going to first of all put a single child scroll view. As this child, I'm going to put a padding. And for the padding property, I'm going to use constant.default padding. The child of this padding is going to be a column. We first of all go and say main axis size is going to be main axis size.max. Main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot space evenly. Then I'm going to define children. So if you go to the login screen, the first child that we have is a Facebook logo. And if you have gotten the code for start a project, I have already given you all the logos inside our asset icons. Just make sure you also define this path inside publicspec.yaml. So let's just go ahead and create an image.asset. I'm going to say it is inside assets, icons, fblogo.png, and it's going to have a weight of 60. So now let's say save, and for us to be able to see the result, I also want to go inside main.dart, and instead of showing create account screen, I'm going to show the login screen. And now let's go inside our own project. And now you see, we only see the Facebook logo. So under that, we define a data column. This column is going to hold our email, password, and login buttons. Also the forget password. So it should be a form. I'm going to create a form, and the first parameter is going to be key. So let's say form key, and again, we're going to define it globally. Inside the child, we're going to put a column, and as is children, I'm gonna first of all put my email and password text field, and to save time I'm gonna just copy and paste them. So these are our run text fields. So now if we hit save, we see that we already have our email and password text field. Under that, we also need to make a size box with height of 15. And then I'm going to define my login button. It is just going to be a run button that does nothing at the present. So I'm going to put empty, the unpressed, and as a label, I'm going to say login. This is save, and you see. And the last piece of code that we're going to put here is going to be text, and that's forget password. For now, this is just going to be a piece of text. It's not going to do anything on itself. So let's go to text style, and I'm going to put a font size of 18. And let's also don't forget to put a size box between these two widgets. So after we get out of the form, we should have another column. And I guess I have put it in the wrong place. So let's get out and say exactly under the form. I'm going to put my column. And I also have the children. It's going to have two children. One is a run button that's going to say create account. So I'm going to say create new account, and it's also going to be empty. But if we hit save now, you see that this looks very ugly. So I'm going to pass a color property, and it's going to be colors.transparent. So if you now hit save, you see that it's transparent, making it look better. And the last piece of code that we're going to have here is going to be an image.asset, and again I'm going to go inside assets, icons, and this time I'm going to say meta.png, and I'm going to give it a height of 50. So if you now hit save, we see that everything is ready, but it looks creepy for the present. So I'm going to make sure that inside this column, our min axis size is going to be max. Our min axis alignment is also going to be spaced evenly. So what can be the problem? So I'm going to change it to space around. If it's a silver problem, but maybe it is because we're using a single child scroll wheel. So let's remove it and see that our screen is working. So now we're done with the login screen. The last screen that we're going to design is verify email screen. This is going to be an easy one. So let's just go to the library feature of and presentation. Inside the screen, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to call it verify email screen.dart. And inside here, I'm going to create a setlist widget. This screen is going to be super simple. Let's just say verify email screen. All we have to do is to return a scaffold, inside which we need to return a body, and inside that we're gonna have a column with 3 buttons. So let's first of all import material.dart. Inside the column, I will define 3 buttons very quickly. So we have 3 buttons, one for email verification, one for refresh, and also one for change email. And to be able to see the screen, I'm gonna go inside main.dart and again display verify email screen. I will also run the project and wait till it's done. Our app is up and running right now, but as you see, all the buttons are stacked together. So let's go inside column and set the main axis alignment to be main axis alignment dot space evenly. Let's hit save. And we may also want to add the padding to this column. So let's wrap our column with the padding, and I'm gonna again use constants.default padding. Let's see if it's changed. Beautiful. I'm not gonna put a lot of time designing this screen, but it looks a bit creepy, so instead of using space evenly, I'm gonna put it to center. And I'm gonna use sizebox to put some space between them. So let's say sizebox with a height of 20. I'm gonna copy it for the rest of them too. And let's say save, and now it looks a lot better. So this was all about the design of the application. Next, we're gonna work on routing and also the repository. Right now, we are always showing create verify email screen inside our main.dart, but instead of showing a fixed screen, I'm gonna listen to the off changes and show the correct screen. So for that reason, I'm gonna use a stream builder, and inside the stream, I'm just gonna say purpose of .instance dot off state changes, and I also have a builder, and to get rid of the error, is remove the constant keyword. Inside the builder, we have a context and a snapshot. So I first of all check our snapshot that connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. So if the data is not being loaded, I'm gonna return a loader. Otherwise, if we have data, I'm gonna check if our email is verified or not, because for this app, I'm gonna use email password authentication. So we first of all have to check if we have data, and if we have data, we have to check if the email is verified or not. So let's check that out. So if a snapshot has data, let's first of all get our user. As you see, our user is also user, and this is a Firebase user. So first of all check if user.email verified. We're gonna return home screen. Otherwise, we're gonna return verify email screen, and outside the if you don't have a user, we're gonna return login screen. Right now we don't have a home screen, so let's go inside the core and define our home screen. Core screens. Let's define our home screen here because it does not belong to any specific feature. I'm just gonna return an empty string right now. So this is home screen, and as usual, I'm just gonna put an empty scaffold with the text. So now let's just import our home screen. And now if we run our application, you see that we are showing login screen because we're not logged in. So next we're gonna take care of routing. Right now if I click on this create new account, I'm not going to create account screen. So let's go inside the login screen. Inside this button, I'm gonna use my routes. So let's say navigator of context dot push named, and I'm gonna go to create account screen dot route name. Right now our create account screen don't have any route, so let's go inside it, and inside the widget part, let's define a route. We should also handle our routes inside the router. Inside the routes. By default, we only return error screen, but right now I wanna check the case. In case our route is create account screen dot route name. Let's return a Cupertino route, and inside the view, I'm gonna put create account screen. So now if I click on this button, I should be navigated to this screen. So now that the UI is complete, let's install the actual authentication process. For that, first of all, go to the Firebase console, go inside the authentication tab, and go inside the sign-in methods. Make sure that the email password sign-in is provided. Otherwise, if this is not enabled, go inside it and make sure it is enabled.
The next step is to create a user model. So I'm gonna go inside my auth feature. Let's create a folder called models, and inside that I'm gonna create a file called user.dart. So user is gonna be an immutable class, so I'm gonna call it immutable class user. Let's import immutable from foundation.dart, and let's make sure we only show immutable and not other stuff. User have a couple of properties, so instead of typing them one by one, I'm gonna just copy paste them. Let's create a constructor for these properties. So I'm gonna control dot and create constructor for final fields. Make sure it's also constant and properly shown. Because we have way too many parameters, I'm gonna use named arguments, and let's add required at the beginning of them. We also need to create JSON serialization for this, so for that I'm using an extension to create JSON serialization that makes it a lot easier. And now our JSON serialization is ready. Let's get rid of these two because we don't need them. And because we have a bug in this extension, every time you have a list, it misses a parenthesis, so you just go and fix it. Now everything is ready, but right now we have a problem. We have hard-coded all our string for our Firebase field names. I want my field names to be defined in a separate file, so no matter where we use them, we're not gonna mistype them. That's gonna cause trouble in the future. So for that reason, I'm gonna go inside core constant. I'm gonna create a file called Firebase field names.dart. So just to save time, I'm gonna just copy and paste these files. So let's just copy and paste, and I'm gonna show them all to you if you wanna type. Otherwise, you can just get them from the GitHub repository. Let's also create one file for Firebase collection names.dart. So let's copy and paste. And the last file that I'm gonna be creating is storage folder names.dart. Let's also copy it here. So now we don't have any hard-coded string. So I would come inside this one and say Firebase field names.fullname, and I'm gonna also do it for the rest of them. Let's also do it for this method. Now I'm done converting all these hard-coded strings to constant. So let's go and define our repository. What I'm gonna do now is to go inside auth and create a folder. Let's create a folder called repository, and inside that we create a file called auth repository.dart. Inside which I'm gonna create a class called auth repository, and here is where we define our auth methods. So let's start defining our repository methods. I got rid of the emulator because we don't need for some time. I'm gonna start by creating an instance of Firebase auth. Let's also create our sign-in method. This method does auth feature of user credential. It's gonna also take two parameters, email and password. The first thing we're gonna do inside this method is to use our auth to create an account in Firebase. This is gonna take our email and password and create as an account in Firebase, and it's gonna return a credential. So let's save it. And you also need to await to get our user credential. So I'm gonna put this method inside a try and catch to make sure we handle the errors. If we have no errors, I'm gonna just return credential. But if we have error, I'm gonna return null. I'm also gonna show a toast message returning error.toString. And I have defined my showToastMessage method inside the utils.dart. So this is all about signing in. Let's also learn how to sign out. Sign out is the easiest operation you can do. It a feature of type string nullable. I'm gonna call it sign out. It takes no parameters, and the only thing you have to do actually is to say auth dot sign out. But you can also listen to errors. So let's say we get try and catch. If you have no error, return null. Otherwise, return error dot to string. So this was all about sign out. Let's make sure that we also handle creating an account. So let's also handle creating an account in Firebase. And before doing that, I noticed that I have made a mistake here. Instead of creating an account here, we're just gonna say sign in with email and password, and that's all. So let's also learn how to create an account in Firebase. For that, I'm gonna create a method to do that. It is also gonna be of type future string nullable, and we're gonna call it create account. We have a couple of properties. I'm gonna define them here. After defining the properties, let's define the body of our method. The first thing that we actually need to do is to create an account in Firebase. So let's do it. All we actually have to do is to say final credential is equal to await auth dot create an account in email and password, just like we did it before. So also put comma to get the formatting right. The next step, we need to save our image to Firebase storage. So we say save image to Firebase storage. For that, I'm gonna go inside my Firebase console. I'm gonna open the storage tab. We also need to activate our Firebase storage. I'm gonna start in test mode. Let's click next, and I'm gonna click done. I'm going to choose your app as location. Now our Firebase storage is activated. Let's also make sure that we activate our Firestore database. So let's hit on create database. I'm going to again start in test mode. My default location is going to be your app. It gives you a warning that you cannot change this location later. And this is going to be exact location for cloud storage bucket 2. So now that the Firebase setup is finished, let's go back to our project. Here we're first of all going to save our image to Firebase storage. So the first thing I'm going to do is to get the path, and that's only possible if we use our storage. So let's define an storage instance, and that's equal to Firebase storage dot instance. So let's go back to our code, and here I'm going to say storage dot reference. So I'm gonna put here storage folder names dot profile pics. I'm gonna create a general folder for all the profile pics, and then inside that folder I'm gonna just say dot child, and that child is gonna be user ID, but we don't have the user ID, so let's also create it at the top, and that's equal to final user ID is equal to of dot current user. And the problem is that we cannot use of directly here, so I'm gonna just go here and say Firebase of dot instance dot current user dot UID, because I'm sure at this stage we're at least signed in, otherwise we would not read to this method. So this is gonna be our path. I'm gonna first of all check if our image is not null. So if our image is null, I'm just gonna return, and I'm just gonna return null. Otherwise, I'm gonna take the snapshot. So let's get task snapshot. So we just need to await first, and then we have to say path dot put file, and that's gonna be our image. And we know for a fact that our image cannot be null. So let's put our image. And now if you hover over it, you see we have a task snapshot, but we now need to get a download URL. So let's go and say final download URL is equal to task snapshot dot reference dot get
download URL. So now that we have download URL, we need to create our user. So let's create it. I'm gonna say user model user is equal to user model. And one thing that I forgot was to define my user model, because we also have a Firebase user and these are getting confused. So I'm gonna change its name to user model. This way it's not gonna get confused with user itself. So let's import it from our feature. And now you see we have a lot of properties. So let's say save now. Inside the full name we have the full name. Inside the birthday we have the birthday, birthday. This is gonna be a birthday, gender, email, password. We also have profile pic URL, and that's gonna be download URL that we just got right now. And that is a problem. I guess I forgot to wait. We also have the UID that's gonna be generated using our package. So let's generate it here. I'm gonna say final UID is equal to constant UID.v1. I'm gonna generate a random UID for each user, or I can even use my own UID. So that's gonna be better. I'm gonna say firebase.instance.current_user.uid. So this is a lot better. This way we can say that the UID inside our user is also the UID that we have for this document. The list of friends is gonna be empty. So is the list of friend requests and receive requests, because when we create a user for the first time, we're not gonna have any friends, any requests. So the last step is to save user to Firestore. Let's say save user to Firestore, and we can that, and we have to await this process. Let's say Firestore. Sounds like we have not defined our Firestore instance. So let's go and say final Firestore is equal to Firebase Firestore.instance. Let's go and say Firestore.collection Firebase collection names dot users. Then we have document, and that's equal to Firebase of dot instance dot current user dot UID. The name of our document is the same as the UID of our user, so we can get our user info in both ways. And then set here we have to put our user dot to map. So this is all we had actually to do, and at the end I'm gonna just return credential. But here we return a string, so I have to change it to user credential. So our create account method is returning credential. But what we have forgotten here is to put our code inside try and catch. To avoid potential errors, I'm gonna put my entire code. I'm gonna cut it out and put everything inside the try and catch. So let's put everything inside the try and catch. Inside the try, I return credential, but if we get an error, I'm gonna say should toast message. I'm gonna put error.toString, and also I'm gonna return null. It means we don't have any credential. So right now we have defined a method for signing in, we have a method for signing out, we have a method for creating an account. The next method that we're gonna define is gonna be verify email. So that's actually a very easy method. Let's go down and define it. So let's say verify email. So this method is very easy. We're just gonna go and define a feature of type string nullable, and then I'm gonna call it verify email. This method is gonna take an email, and it's gonna be async. So the first thing we're gonna do inside this method is to get user. We're gonna say final user is equal to firebase.instance.current_user, and I'm gonna put everything inside try and catch and say if user is not null, what I'm gonna do is to say user dot send email verification, and at the end I'm gonna return null because we have no error. Otherwise, if you have an error, I'm gonna first of all show a toast message, and I'm gonna put error.toString, and also return error.toString. So this is basically our send email verification, and as you may have noticed, we do not need our email. So the last method that I'm gonna define is getting user info. This is gonna be quite useful. So let's get that. Get user info. This method returns a feature of type user model, and I'm gonna call it get user info. Let's make it async. So the first thing I'm gonna do is to say final user data is equal to await. Let's go to Firester.collection of users and get the document with the user ID of our user and get everything. The next thing I'm gonna do is to extract my user model out of it. So I'm gonna say user is equal to user model that I'm gonna get from map, and that's gonna be user data. Because it's a document snapshot, I'm gonna go to the data property and use not check operator. And the last thing I'm gonna do is to return my user. If you want to use error handling, you can actually use it, but I'm not gonna be using error handling for this special method. So that was all about our auth repository. In the next step, we're gonna define our providers. Now that we have defined our repository, let's also define our providers. So we're gonna be using Riverpod as the main instead management for this project. So Riverpod is basically a bunch of providers working together. Let's define our provider methods. So inside of, I'm gonna create yet another folder. I'm gonna call it providers, and I'm gonna first define a file called of provider.dart. So for this part, I'm gonna define a simple provider. If you have worked with Riverpod, you know when we want to provide an object of something, we're gonna just use a simple provider. So let's provide it. Final of provider is equal to, inside which we get the ref, and we can return something. So I'm gonna first of all import the Riverpod, and I'm gonna be using Flutter Riverpod package for that. And inside that, I'm gonna just return of repository. So this is the simplest provider that we can have in this project, and what it basically does is to provide the auth repository so that we can list on it anytime we want, anywhere inside our project. The second provider that I want to define is named get user info provider, and this is going to be a future provider. A future provider is very similar to simple provider. The only difference is that it waits for the data and it returns as an async value. So let's create that. Final get user info provider is equal to a future provider, and again we're just gonna get a reference and return that. And I have mistyped it. It's gonna be just a future provider, and I also set it to be an auto-dispose provider. So what we basically do here is to say Firebase Firester.instance.collection, and that's inside Firebase collection names.users. So we basically go to the collection of users, and we're gonna get the document with the Firebase of .instance.currentUser.uid, and we have to make sure we have the UID. And then we're gonna say we get the document snapshot from here. So we're gonna say return, and I'm gonna call it user data, return user model dot from map user data dot data. And I'm also saying that our provider is of type user model, so we can actually return this file. So this is basically our get user info provider.
I also want to define another provider, and that's gonna be get user info by ID provider. I know this may not make any sense right now because this is just too many provider, but it's gonna make sense when we need it. So what actually get user info by ID provider does is exactly like get user info provider. It is gonna go inside our Firestore and it's gonna get all the info about a certain user. But the only difference is that get user info provider always get the user info of the current user, but this provider is gonna be a family provider and we can pass a parameter to this. So let's make it family, and apart from user model, I'm gonna just pass another provider, and that's gonna be string. So this string is called user ID, and instead of Firebase off, I'm gonna be using it here. Let's also delete the import. So this is gonna be the only difference between these two providers, and as I said earlier, this is gonna get the data from a specific user. The last provider that we define here is get user info as a string provider. This provider is going to be a little bit complex, so please pay more attention. So this is going to be final get user info as a stream provider, and as its name suggests, it's going to be a stream provider dot add to this post, and it's again getting us a reference. So let's also make sure to import this one. So the first thing that we do here is to create a controller, and I'm gonna say this provider is of type user model. So the first thing I do here is to create a controller, and this is equal to stream controller of type user model. And lastly, I'm gonna return controller.stream. So let's create a subscription. As you know, all that a stream does is to create a subscription and listen to an event. So I'm gonna create my subscription and call it sap, and that's equal to Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and again we're going to user collection. So let's go to Firebase collection name dot users dot where we're gonna define a where class, and that's gonna say Firebase field names dot UID, as every user has a UID. So I'm gonna say go and get the user whose UID is equal to Firebase of dot instance dot current user dot UID. I'm gonna limit the search result to only one, and I'm gonna go get the snapshots and also listen to them. So as you see, every snapshot is of type query snapshot of map document. So I'm gonna call it snapshot, and what I'm gonna do here is to say final user is equal to snapshot dot docs dot first, because I know there's only one search result and not a couple of snapshots. And now we have a query snapshot. So I'm gonna call it user data instead of user, and then I'm gonna say final actual user is equal to user model dot from map, and I'm gonna say user data dot data. And lastly, I'm gonna say controller dot sync dot add my user. So as we know, our providers of type auto dispose. So as our provider is getting disposed, I'm gonna also dispose the controller. Let's say controller dot close, and also I wanna cancel my subscription. So let's say subscription dot cancel. So now that we are done defining all of our providers and also repository, let's put everything together and finish authentication part. So the first process that I want to do is to be able to create an account. For that, I'm going to bring on my emulator. Let's go to create account screen. So in this screen, I want to be able to create an account. Right now that I hit on the create account, nothing happens because we have not yet used the function. So let's now go and listen to our provider and start doing it. The first thing that I'm going to do is to take care of loading. So I'm going to say boolean is loading is equal to false. I'm going to go before the create account button and say if is loading otherwise. So if it is loading, I'm going to show a center widget, and inside that I'm going to have circular progress indicator. And if it is not loading, I'm going to show my button. So how do we trigger the loading? We actually trigger the loading when we start the creating account process. For that, I'm going to define a function. So let's go up here and say we have a function of feature of type void, and this is called create account. It's not going to take any parameters. And the first thing here we're going to say is if form key dot current state dot validate. So if our form is valid, it means if we have filled all the info, we have to take care of that. Then we say form key dot current state dot save. We're gonna save our state and make sure it's not null. And the next thing we're gonna do is to say let's do a set state and say is loading is equal to true. So this is how we trigger the is loading. We also update the UI, and then I'm gonna say rev.read of provider, and then I'm gonna call the create account method. But notice that I have ref available in the screen, but you may not have this one, and that is because I turned my stateful widget to a consumer stateful widget. The way to do that is to add a consumer every time you see state before this stateful widget, before this is state, and before this is state, and then your screen is turned into a stateful consumer widget. So now let's fill this info. We have a text field for first name and last name, so to put them together I'm gonna use a full name. So let's say we have first name controller.text plus last name controller.text, and together they become full name. For the birthday we already have a birthday variable, but because it is nullable, I'm gonna say if it is null, I'm gonna use datetime.now. And for the email, I'm gonna say email controller.text. For the password, we also say password controller.text, and image is gonna be the same image. So let's also await this process. And after we are done with this process, let's make sure to stop the is loading. There is also another case that we want to stop the is loading, and that's when we catch an error. So let's define two methods. The first is then, and then it's catch error. So when we get an error, the only thing I want to do is to say is loading is equal to false. And it's a lot better to put it inside the body function. So what do we do inside the then? Right now we're inside the create account screen. So every time we create the account, I want this screen to be popped up. So we go to verify email screen. For that reason, the only thing I'm gonna say here is to say this value that we get is user credential, so I'm gonna call it credential. So if credential dot user dot email verified. So if our email is verified, I'm gonna say navigator dot pop. I'm gonna get out of this screen. So this is all we had actually to do. Now let's call this method inside our create account. So let's go all the way down here and say when we call create account, we're gonna call this method. But right now if you press on this button, nothing is gonna happen, because the first thing is that our form is not valid. But the second problem here is that we have not yet defined our provider. So let's go to main.dart, and in the topmost part of our widget tree we have to call the provider, and that's gonna be main app. I'm gonna wrap it with a provider scope. And that's all I actually have to do. So let's also make sure that it's constant. And make sure all these other files are also constant, so that our app performance increases. Let's also delete the extra import. Now let's go and start create a account screen. So we have already defined a method and we have already called it. So let's fill the info. And let's also get an image. Now I'm going to press create account and this is starting to load. So the create account process is complete. Let's go to the database and see if everything is done. And first of all, I'm going to go inside the authentication part. Our user has been recorded successfully. Let's go inside Firebase storage. And we see we have our profile pics. And here we have our image. And then let's go to Firestore. And you see a user collection has been created and also a user document. So let's head back. And now you see when we head back, we're directly going to verify email screen. And one mistake that I have committed is inside this method. I have said that if our user email is verified, go back. I had to say if our email is not verified, you had to navigate.pop. The next thing we're going to do is to create this screen. Inside this screen, we have to be able to send a verification email. We have to be able to refresh, and we also have to be able to change email. So let's complete that. I'm going to open it from here. Verify email screen. And I'm going to then define the capabilities for each button. So the first thing that we're going to do, let me put the commas to get the formatting right, because it looks creepy right now. So the first thing that we're going to do is to verify email, and this is actually an easy process. And we'll also do that using a consumer. So let's change our setlist widget to consumer widget. And in this process, I'm going to import Riverpod. So let's go inside verify email, and I'm going to say ref.read. We actually don't have ref, we have to bring it here. Inside the build method, we add the second parameter, and that's called widget ref. And I'm going to call it reference. So let's say ref.read of provider.verify email. And let's also make it async, because it's a process that's going to take some time. And then I'm going to say, after verifying the email, we're going to get the result. And if you see, the result is going to be string. So I'm going to keep it value and set a condition. So if value is equal to null, it means that verification email has been sent successfully. Because we remember inside verify email, if we return null, it means that we don't have an error. And if we return a string, it means we have an error. So here, if our value is equal to null, it means we don't have an error. So I'm going to show toast message, and the text is going to be email verification sent to your email. And that is all exactly we have to do. Let's also do the refresh part, and to make everything easier, I'm going to just paste the code. So let's also import Firebase off, and also home screen. And let's go inside home screen and create a route. So I'm going to say static constant route name is equal to home. And let's also define our route inside our route file. So let's go to routes and say, in case it is home screen.route name, I'm going to return home screen. Let's also make this method async. So inside this method, we're going to first of all say reload everything so that our offset changes and we know which exact string we have to show. If our email is verified, push to home screen.route name. So this is going to be the code for reload. And the change email is the easiest one. We just have to say ref.read of provider.signout. So let's also test this screen out. I'm going to send an email verification. Let's say verify email. And you see we got a message at the bottom that email verification has been sent. So I'm going to check the actual email inside my phone. You're not going to be able to see that. An email has been sent to me, so I'm gonna verify that and come back. So email verification has been done successfully. An email was sent to my phone and I verified that. Right now if you click on the refresh button, you see that we end up in the home screen. So we are also done with verify email screen. The last feature that I want to implement is the login button, but right now we are logged in. So the first thing I'm gonna do is to go inside home screen. I'm gonna convert it into a consumer widget. Inside the build context, we're gonna add the second parameter, and that's widget ref reference. So instead of a static text home screen, I'm gonna return a text button. I'm gonna call it logout. To be able to log in again, we have to first log out. So let's also remove the constant because we're now using a button. So here I'm gonna say ref.read of provider.sign out. So when we press on this button, we have to be logged out so we can log in again. Let's press it, and now we're actually logged in. So now let's open login screen. I'm gonna apply the same method that we did for create account screen. The first thing we're gonna do is to create a is loading. S of type boolean is loading. It's initially false, but we create a login method here. So let's say future of type void login async. Again, the first thing we're gonna do is to check if the form is valid. So let's say if form is valid, we're gonna save the form, and then we're gonna start this is loading with the help of setState. I'm gonna use the arrow function and set the is loading to true. I'm gonna also set another one and make it false, and between these two setState, we're gonna use our method. And to be able to use our method, again we have to turn our stateful widget to a consumer stateful widget, and the way to do that is to add consumer before all the state that you see on the screen. Simple enough. And import the Riverpod. So let's say ref.read is a problem with VS Code. So ref.read of provider, and then say sign in. And of course we need an email and password. It's gonna be email controller.txt and also password controller.txt. Let's also await this and hit save. So now let's sign in with CodeHQ account that we created earlier. So let's say I enter the email and also password. So let's see if it works. Let's log in, and we actually forgot to call the login method. So let's go inside the login button and call the login method, hit save, and I'm gonna again press the login button, and as you see, we're logged in. In this video, we are gonna enable our users to make posts and also retrieve them in real time. So let's jump right in. The first thing that I'm gonna do is to go inside my lib folder. Inside the features, I'm gonna create another feature. This is gonna be called posts. The first file that I'm gonna define is a repository. So let's create a folder repository and also a file. I'm gonna call it post repository. So let's create our post repository, and also let's make it immutable to improve performance. I'm gonna import immutable from foundation.dart, and I'm gonna only show immutable. So let's create instances of file store and storage. I'm gonna create them very fast. At the next step, we create our make post method. This is the first method we're gonna define. So let's say make post. It is gonna be a feature of type string nullable. Let's call it make post, and it's gonna take a couple of properties. Let's define them. I'm gonna also import file from dart.io. Let's also make this method async and define a body. Inside the body, the first thing I'm gonna do is to put everything inside try and catch. So let's create a try and catch. And in case we have an error, we're just gonna return our error. Otherwise, I'm just gonna return null. So the first thing I'm gonna do inside this method is to create a couple of properties. Every post needs a post ID, so let's create it. We also need a poster ID, and that's of course the current user's ID. And the last thing we need is the date time, so let's get it. So in this step we're gonna post our file. It can be an image or it can be a video. So let's post our file to Firebase storage. The first thing I'm gonna do is to define a UID for that. At the next step I'm gonna get my path. So let's go to storage, and I'm gonna get a reference. So inside the storage or reference, I'm gonna say post type. This post type is gonna be either image or video. So a folder with that name is gonna be created. And then I'm gonna say child, and that's gonna be our file UID. And this is gonna be the exact name of the file inside that folder. Next, we get our task snapshot. So let's say. So when we await our put file method, we're gonna get our task snapshot, and this is a step that we upload our file, and lastly we get our download URL. So now that we have uploaded our file to storage, we also need to upload our post, but before that we need to create our post object. So let's create it. But before doing that, we also need to define our post model. So I'm gonna go inside post. I'm gonna create a folder called models, and I'm gonna say post.dart. So let's create a post model, and I'm gonna call it post. So I also want to make it immutable. So let's say immutable, and let's import it from foundation.dart, and I'm gonna show only immutable. So every post has a couple of properties. I'm gonna define them one by one. So let's say final string post ID. We need a poster ID, and this is gonna hold the ID of the person who posted. We also need a content, and that's gonna be the text that you type with the post. And we also need a post type that specifies whether our file is an image or a video. The next thing that we save is a file URL, and it's gonna be the URL of the file that we have inside Firestore. Let's also define a datetime, and that's gonna be created at. And the last property that we have is gonna be list of likes. So this is gonna be the list of likes each post has gotten. Next, I'm gonna generate a constructor for this and make sure it is also constant. We also wanna create JSON serialization. So let's copy and paste everything. And I also wanna import Firebase field names. And instead of publishers, I'm gonna use created at. The same for here. So this is gonna be our toMap and also from map method. So this was our post model. Let's go back to post repository. And now that we have our post, let's create a post. And I'm gonna put all the properties. So inside the file URL, I'm gonna say download URL. Inside the created that, I'm gonna say now because it has been created right now. And inside the likes, I'm gonna put an empty list. And as the last step, let's also put our post inside Firestore. So let's say to save our post to Firestore, let's use Firestore instance and go to collection of posts. Inside that, I'm gonna create a document, and that's gonna be post ID. And then I'm gonna set and say post.toMap. So this was all about creating a post. Let's also create a method for liking a post. Let's come below and say I'm gonna create a method. It's gonna be a future of type string again. I'm gonna call it like dislike post, and it sounds like we have defined in the wrong place. So let's come here and say like dislike post. It is gonna take two parameters. It's gonna be required post ID and also the list of likes. Let's also make sure it's async and use try and catch. And again, if you have an error, return the error. And if you don't have an error, just return null. So let's start by getting the author ID. And this is the person who has liked the post. It means the current user. So first of all, check if you have liked the post or not already. So if likes contains author ID, it means we have already liked the post. So we actually have to unlike it. So let's go to Firestore.collection. Let's go to post collection and find our post. And inside that, let's say we want to update. And the field that we're going to change is likes. And I'm going to say field value dot array remove, and I'm going to pass a list, and let's say it's going to be author ID. So if we have already liked the post, let's remove our like. Otherwise, it means that we have not liked the post, so let's do that. And I'm going to exactly copy the previous query, and the only difference that we have this time is instead of array remove, we're going to use array union. And what it does is exactly to add our like if it doesn't exist inside our likes parameter. So that was all. But it seems like we have an error. And the error returns to immutable. So let's make sure to import foundation.dart. And inside that, get immutable. So it was all about post repository. Let's also define our providers. To define our providers, we need to create another folder. Let's go inside post feature and create a new folder, and I'm going to call it providers. The first provider that we are going to define is post provider.dart. So this provider is going to be simple. The only thing it does is to return our post repository object. So let's define it fast. So this is basically all that our post provider is. So the next provider that we're going to define is get all post provider. And what this provider does is it is going to get all the posts from Firestore. So let's go inside provider and say new file. I'm going to say get all posts provider. So let's define our provider, and as you remember, this is going to be exactly like get user info as a stream provider. So let's open that one. This is again going to be a stream provider, and what we do is exactly like this one, but I'm going to create it from scratch. So let's say get all post provider, and that's going to be equal to a stream provider. The first thing I'm going to do here is to define my controller, and that's of type stream controller. And it's going to be of type iterable, of type post. Because what this provider actually returns is a list of posts. At the end of the provider, I'm going to just return our controller.stream. So what I also forgot was to set my provider as add to this post, and I'm going to set it of type iterable, of type post. So we know what our provider exactly returns. So let's create our subscription, and I'm going to say final step is equal to Firebase Firestore.instance. Let's go to new line. I'm going to say collection. Let's go to post collection. And let's order them by date published. So let's say Firebase field names, and remember that I have used created that inside my post, and make sure this is descending. So let's get our snapshots and listen to them. And if you hover over this event, you see that this is a snapshot. So let's call it snapshot. And what I'm actually going to do is to get my list of posts from it. So let's say posts is equal to snapshot.docs.map, and this is going to be a single post item. So I'm going to call it post data, and let's say this is a query snapshot. So I'm going to say post.fromMap and postData.data. So this is how we actually get our list of posts. Let's say save. And now what we need to do is to say controller.sync.add post. So we needed to add our post to our controller. And before we forget, let's also dispose our controller. So let's say ref on this post. So when our provider is getting this post, because it is an auto dispose provider, we need to make sure we cancel our subscription and also close our controller. So this is basically all about getting our post. Using this provider, we can get all our posts. The next provider that we're going to define is getting all the videos. So you may know that the only difference that we have between video and an image, it means both of them are type posts. So the only difference we have here is actually that our post type is video. So I'm going to reuse this provider. Let's copy everything and create a new file. I'm going to close this one and go inside providers. Let's call it get all videos provider.dart, and I'm going to copy and paste everything and just change its name to get all videos provider. So this provider is basically everything that previous provider was, so we have nothing different. It returns an iterable of type post, and we get it all from post collection. The only difference is that we add one more condition here, and I'm gonna say you have to get a post as long as its post type is equal to video. So you only get that post if the post type is equal to video. So this is the only difference that these two providers have, and by completing this one, we have all our providers in place. So now that we are done creating our repository and also provider, let's start building our UI. So to be able to build the UI, I'm going to bring up my emulator and show it on the side. This is the UI that we are going to be creating, and I'm going to start creating this app bar and also this tab bar. So let's start inside our core folder, go inside widgets, and I'm going to create a widget called round icon button.dart. Let's create a setlist widget, and I'm going to call it round icon button. This widget takes a parameter, and that's going to be icon data. So inside the build method, we're just going to return a padding. The padding is going to be horizontally 5. And let's go inside the child. And then I'm going to return a circle avatar. Let's give it a radius of 20. Inside which we're going to have a child. And that's going to be Flutter awesome icons. And inside that I'm going to just put my icon. I'm going to set a color. And that's going to be app colors.black color. And for the size, I'm going to also use 20. This also give a background color to circle avatar, and that's going to be gray color. So let's also import our font awesome icons. And now we are done creating it. So this is basically these two icons that you see. This is the base widget for both of these icons. Now let's go inside our home screen. Right now, as you see, we only return a center inside which we have a button. Let's clean it out. The first thing I'm going to do is to go inside app bar, and I'm going to create an app bar. Inside app bar, we're going to have Facebook name and 2 buttons. So I'm going to first define my title, and this is going to be where I'm putting my Facebook text. Let's build it down here, and this is going to be a widget. The only thing we do here is to say we have a text, and it's saying Facebook, and then it got a style, and you're gonna say text style. Color is gonna be app colors, that blue color. Font size is also gonna be 20. Let's also specify a font width, and it's gonna be font width.bold, and I'm gonna make it constant. But as you see right now, we have a problem, and this problem arises because we have forgotten this pair of braces. So to make sure everything is working fine, let's also run our application and wait until it finishes running. So our application is up and running, but right now I cannot see my Facebook button because it is hidden inside the blue app bar. So let's change our colors. The first thing I'm going to do is to go inside my scaffold and say we have a background color of gray. I also go inside app bar and I'm going to say we have a background color of white. So let's hit save. And now our text is seen clearly. But as you see, it is so small. So I'm going to change the size to 30. Perfect. Let's also go and create our other buttons. I'm going to also create the search and the messenger buttons. So I'm just going to copy and paste. Let's call it build search widget. And this one, instead of returning a text, I'm going to return an icon. It is going to be a round icon button. And inside the icon we have a font awesome icon. And let's say we have font awesome icons dot magnifying glass. So let's go inside our actions. I'm going to put my build search widget. Let's hit save and see what we get. Perfect. Let's also build our other widget, and that's going to be build messenger. So let's go ahead and build it, and I'm going to say let's messenger widget, and again I'm going to return a round icon button, and inside the icon I'm going to say Facebook Messenger. We are using font awesome icons, and it has already a Facebook Messenger icon. So let's also use it here. And as you see, the UI is perfect. So let's go inside the main.dart and get rid of the patch. And say debug should check mod banner false. And here we go. So the next step is building our tab bar. And to do that, we first of all need a stateful widget. Right now I have a consumer widget, so I need some steps to convert it to stateful widget. I'm going to first of all convert it to stateless widget, so then we can automatically change it. And I'm going to also get rid of widget ref. So let's convert it to stateful widget. And to be able to use a tab bar controller, I'm going to use a mixin here, and that's going to be wait ticker provider set mixin. And now let's build our tab bar controller. Let's say final tab controller, and I'm gonna say let final tab controller. Inside the native set we're gonna initialize it. So let's say tab controller is equal to tab controller. The length is gonna be 5, and instead of facing I'm gonna say this, because right now our class mixes in with ticker provider set mixin, so we can use this as async. And also inside dispose method we can get rid of it. So let's define our dispose method, and I'm going to rid of my tab controller. The second step that we need is to wrap everything we have with the default tab controller. By the way, if you want to learn how to create a tab bar, I have a video that I will put the link in the description. Let's also provide the length here, and that's going to be 5. And as a last step, go inside app bar, and inside the bottom property, define your tab bar. Here we go. And we need a list of tabs. I'm going to create them somewhere else. So let's go and provide other properties. Apart from list of tabs, we also have controller, and I'm gonna put our tab controller. And we also need an on tab, and for now I'm gonna put it empty. Later I will fill it up. And as you see, our on tab requires an int, and I'm gonna call it index. So to define the list of tabs, because I want to make everything clean, let's go inside constants and open up the constants.dart. I'm gonna copy and paste the list of tabs I have here. So this is the list of tabs I have, and this is actually a method. This method actually returns as a list of tabs, and it takes as an index. And based on the index, it shows us the right icon. So this is the list of tabs. You can either get it from GitHub repository or write it down from here. So let's save it and go back inside our tabs. I'm gonna call them by using my constants. So let's say constants dot get home screen tabs, and it requires as an index. So let's provide it an index, and that's gonna be tab controller dot index. Also inside the on tab, the only thing we're gonna do is to say set state to update the UI. So let's say save, and now you see our tab bar is ready. And if we click on these items, they're gonna be filled or empty. The last step that we have is to display the correct screen based on the right tab. But right now, as we have not created all of these screens, so I'm gonna just put placeholder for them. Let's again go inside our constants, and I'm gonna create a file called strings. This is gonna be a constant list of widget. I'm gonna call them screens, and let's also make it static. So inside this file, the only thing I'm gonna put is center text. So let's say center child text, and for the first screen I'm gonna say home screen. Let's copy and paste them for all other screens. Now that our screens are complete, let's also use them. Under tab bar, go inside body. This is where you have to create our tab bar view. So let's create our tab bar view. It takes us two parameters. The first one is going to be children, and let's provide our children, and that's going to be constant to the screen. The second property that we're going to provide is controller. So let's also provide tab controller and make children to be the last property. So now that we hit save, we see that correct screen is going to be displayed. So the next step is to create our post screen. So let's design our make post widget, and if you want to know what is make post widget, let's go back to the complete project. This is going to be make post widget, and let's go and design it. I'm going to go inside features, post, and create a new folder. This is called presentation. Inside presentation, I'm going to create a folder called widgets, and inside that I'm going to create a file called make post widget.dart. So let's go inside this widget, and as our focus is not going to be UI in this series, so I'm going to just copy paste all the codes. And as you saw earlier, this is going to be a very simple widget, so don't worry. I'm going to modify code a little bit because we missed some of those widgets right now. So what we basically have here is sliver to box adapter, because inside our post screen, everything is going to be put inside a custom scroll view. We have a gesture detector because when we click on that widget, we're going to go inside create post screen. We have a container, color of white. We have a padding. Inside the row, we have a profile tile. We have a text field, and we also have an icon. So we have defined our text field here, but this is not an actual text field, because when we click on it, we go to the next screen. This is basically a text inside a container with some padding and also borders. So let's also define our route profile tile. I'm going to go inside widgets and create this file. Let's call it round profile tile.dart. So I'm going to define it as a stateless widget, and The first thing that we have is a padding. It's gonna have a padding of horizontal 8. Inside the child property, we have a circle avatar. The radius is gonna be 20. We provide a background color of gray. And we also have a child. And instead of child, I'm gonna use a background image, and that's gonna be a network image with the URL. So let's also get the URL. So this is basically it. Let's go back and make sure we import it. And now our UI is ready. But because right now we don't have any user, so I'm gonna just show a fake profile URL. So now that we have defined this widget, let's go inside our post screen. But right now we don't have any screen like that, so let's go inside posts, presentation. I'm gonna create a new folder called the screens. And inside that, I'm going to create posts screen dot. And again, I'm going to make it a stateful widget. Let's call it posts screen. So inside this widget, I'm going to return a custom scroll view because we're going to have so many scrolling widgets. And inside the silhouette property, I'm going to say make feed make post widget. So now let's save. But the problem that we have right now is that inside this home screen tab, I have used a fake data. So let's go inside our constants. And this time I'm saying, instead of using a fake screen, I'm gonna use my actual screen, and that's gonna be posts screen. Let's also import it. And now hit save. Right now that we hit save, we see that our widget appears. But we have a problem. We have elevation that we don't want. So we need to go up to home screen. And inside the app bar, let's say elevation is going to be 0. And now as you see, everything looks perfect. So let's start creating our create post screen. For that, I'm going to go inside my presentation and screens. Let's create that. This is going to be a stateful widget. So let's say stateful create post screen. And to be able to navigate here inside the widget part, I'm going to define my route name. Let's also register this inside our routes. I'm going to go inside my routes file and let's register it. I'm started. Let's say create post screen and also create post screen. Beautiful. Now let's go inside our make post widget. And inside gesture detector, I'm going to navigate to that screen. So let's say, and here we go. And as the project has stopped, so let's run it again. So the project is running again. Let's go and click on this. And as you see, we can start create account screen. Create make post screen. And let's go inside that screen. So let's say create post screen. And as you see right now, we only have a placeholder. So let's start building it. The first thing I'm going to do is to define my controller. Because inside create post screen, we have a text controller. So let's define it. And let's also make it late. I will also initialize and dispose it. I also want to define a variable called file. This is going to hold our file, whether it's an image or a video. Let's say file nullable, and I'm going to call it file because it can be either an image or video. And let's make sure to import it from Dart.io. So I'm going to start designing my screen. Inside the build method, return a scaffold. The first thing I'm going to create is an app bar. So let's create that. I'm gonna say app bar is equal to app bar, and inside the app bar we have actions. Inside the action I'm gonna have a text button. Inside the outpress we have nothing for now, and inside the child we're gonna have a text. I'm gonna call it post. So let's press hot reload and see what happens. Yep, it is done. But we also need to change the color of app bar to white, and I'm gonna use app colors. Beautifully done. But the problem that happens is that the back button is white, so it disappears. I'm gonna go inside my main.dart, and I guess I've forgotten to use my theme, so let's go and use theme. And if you know, we have created our theme inside app theme class. So let's go here and say app theme dot app theme, and let's hit save. And now you see that our back button color changed automatically because I have defined everything inside the theme. And I guess I have also defined a color for my app bar, so I don't need to explicitly change it. So let's go back inside my create post screen and change the color. True. I don't need to change its color explicitly, and instead I have already done it. So the next step is to create the profile info. If you go inside the complete tab, you see that we have a profile info. It's showing a profile ID, name, and also a public keyword. So let's create it. So let me create the profile info. For that, I'm gonna go inside widgets, presentation, widgets, and create a widget called profile info. I'm gonna define it as a consumer widget. Let's call it not consumer but profile info. We also need to import material.dart and also Riverpod package. So let's import them. Inside the build method, we need to return a future builder. So let's return it. Inside the future builder, we first of all pass a future. Inside that, we're gonna say ref.read of provider.getUserInfo. This is where we actually use this provider. And inside the builder, we have a method. It passes a context and also snapshot. So let's check for our state. And if our state is waiting, we just return a loader. That's right. So if our connection state is waiting, let's return a loader. Then we check if our snapshot has data. So if our snapshot has data, we get our user. And for that, we return our widget. That is actually a row. Rest of the cross-axis alignment to center. Inside the children property, we first of all have a circle avatar. Let's see if we have a listed right place. That's right. So we have a circle avatar. It has a radius of 20. And inside the background image, we pass a network image with the user.profilepic URL. And we also assure that we have it. I'm gonna put a size box under that with a height of 10. And under that, I'm gonna have my text that is full name. So let's say user.fullname. Let's give it some style. I'm gonna pass text style. Font size is gonna be 18, and we also have a font width of 500. At the next step, we put another text under that. But because I want to put two texts on top of each other, I need to use a column. So let me put my text inside a column. And let's say children. Inside the column, we say the main cross-axis alignment. The main axis alignment is going to be space between. And the cross-axis alignment is gonna be start. So let's go under this text and put yet another text. And that text is gonna be our public keyword. Let's also pass it the style. And we have a text style. We need a font size of 14 and a color of gray. And lastly, we go again to our checks. If our snapshot does not have data, I'm just gonna return another loader. So our profile info is ready. Let's just go and put it inside create poster screen. So let's go inside our body. The first thing that I'm gonna pass is the padding. And for the padding property, I'm gonna say constant.default padding. And inside the child, I'm gonna put a column. And inside the children property, I'm gonna set my profile info. And to make sure we don't get any UI error, I'm gonna wrap everything inside the single child scroll view. So let's say save, and our widget appears. So my data is not loading. Let's see what the actual problem is. I'm gonna go inside profile info, and I see that if we have an error, we are returning a loader. So let's return an error screen instead. So if we have an error, it will show us. I'm gonna just return a text and say snapshot dot error dot toString. And as you see now, we have a problem with typecast. And whenever there is a problem with typecast, we have to check our model class. So let's go inside user.dart because we're taking user info. And as you see, we have 3 items with the type of list. So the error says that list of type dynamic cannot be set to type string. So here we have typecast name as list string. So let's remove it and instead say if the data is null, just return an empty list. Let's do them for all other ones too. Let's hit save and see what happens. The error is gone. But we still have an ugly UI. So let's work a little bit more on this profile info. So let's have some space between these two. And I'm gonna come here. And at this circle avatar, we're inside the row. Oh, I see instead of a height, we have to add a width. So because this is horizontal space, let's add this one. And here we go. It looks a lot better now. So let's go back inside our create post screen. And I'm gonna add my next widget. So let's go under this profile info. So the next widget that I'm gonna be adding is a text field. Let's call it. This is gonna be a text field. First of all, I create a controller for this, and we have already created that. Let's say post controller. We have a decoration. I'm gonna remove all the borders and add a hint text. So let's add them. So now our text is being added, but the hint text is a little bit unreadable. So I'm gonna say dark gray color, and now it looks better. Let's also make it multi-line. So I'm gonna say outside the decoration, keyword type is gonna be text input type the multi-line. I mean line of 1 and max lines of 10. So that's pretty much it, all about our text field. Let's add some space here. I'm gonna say add a size box here with a height of 20. The next widget that we're gonna be adding is pick image widget. So if we go inside our complete app, first of all we have 2 buttons here, and if we click on any of them, we're gonna open an image picker. If we click on this one, we're gonna open a video picker. And if you pick an image, for example, now we're displaying the image. And if we pick a video, we're gonna display the video. So this is gonna be one of the most complex widgets that we have created here. Let's go back to our UI and start creating that. So I'm gonna first of all create something called pick file widget. Let's go underneath and say we have a setlist widget. I'm gonna call it pick file widget. So this widget is gonna be easy. We first of all create two callbacks for it, one for taking a video and one for taking an image. So let's say let's also add them to the constructor and put a comma here. So let's go inside the build method. I'm gonna just put a column with two text buttons on top of each other. So let's do them fast. So let's also put this widget here. And for now I'm gonna put two empty callbacks. And let's say save. And now you see we have these two widgets in place. So let's also improve the UI, and if you see in the complete tab we have a divider between these two. So let's add a divider and make it constant. And now that it's safe, not only we have a divider, but they are also centered. The next step is to add functionality to them. So I'm gonna go inside these two callbacks. Inside the pick image, I'm gonna say our file type is equal to image. But as you see, we have not still defined our file type. So let's go at the top of the file and say we have a string called file type, and let's equal to image initially, because we don't want to end up with a null file type. So let's go here. Initially we set our file type to image. If we pick image, and then I'm gonna say file itself is equal to await. So let's make this method async, and I'm gonna say pick image, and that's it. We also need to set state to update the UI if we have picked the image. And then we go inside pick video, and I'm gonna say file type is equal to video this time, and file is equal to await pick video. And you also need to make it async, and I'm sure we have a method called pick video. Let's check it out. I'm gonna go inside pick image. This is defined inside utils, and we may have forgotten, but let's create this method. So pick video method is exactly the same as pick image with some small differences. I'm gonna go and say let's call it pick video, and don't forget we're inside lib core utils and utils.dart. I'm gonna call this one video, and inside pick I'm gonna create an instance, and instead of picking an image I'm gonna pick a video. As simple as that. And this time we cannot set max height or max width. Instead of that I'm gonna say max duration. Let's say we have a max duration of 5 minutes, so video should not be too big. So if our file is not null, I'm gonna say video is equal to file.path, and lastly I'm gonna return my video. So that's all we had to do for that. And now we also have a pick video, and after we pick our video we press set state. So this is all, but right now if I go and pick my image, I'm able to pick the image, but unfortunately I'm not able to show it because we yet don't have a method for showing it. The next step is adding ability to show our images and videos. So let's create our image video widget, and that is the widget that is gonna display an image or video based on the post type. So here I'm gonna specify a condition, and I'm gonna say if our file is not null, show our image or video. I'm gonna say image video view. This widget is gonna take two parameters. The first is file, and that's gonna be file, and then we have file type, and that's gonna be again our file type. But if this is null, just return our pick image widget or pick file widget. I'm gonna go inside my widgets, and I'm gonna create that. This is gonna be a setlist widget. It takes two parameters.
a file type of type string, and a file of type file. Let's also add them to the constructor, and I'm going to use a short way. Inside constructor, we're going to return either an image or video, and so let's check a condition. If file type is equal to image, I'm going to return image.file, and that's going to be file. Otherwise, I'm just going to return video view. Sadly, there is no video view widget in Flutter, so we have to create a complete view for that. Let's also get rid of this import that we don't need. I'm going to create my video view here. This time we are going to use a stateful widget because we need to initialize our video. The first thing I'm going to take is the parameter. Let's call it video and import it from .io. We also need to add it to the constructor. So the first thing I do inside video view instead is to create my controller, and that's going to be late final video player controller, and I'm going to call it video controller. Let's import it, and here come back, it's working. Now we need to initialize it, and I'm going to say init state. Let's say video player, okay, if I can type it, video controller is equal to video player controller. So it wants us to specify data source. I'm going to say it's of type file, and I'm going to specify widget.video. Then I'm going to say let's initialize it, and when the initialization is done, let's also perform steady state. So I'm going to say do a steady state, and I guess that's pretty much all. Let's also define our dispose method, and again I'm going to say video controller dot dispose. So I guess everything is done correctly. Let's go inside UI. So inside UI I'm going to return the stack because I want to stack my video player and the play controls. There's going to be an icon button, but I also need to define an aspect ratio. So let's wrap it with a widget of aspect ratio. And how do we get our aspect ratio? And that's through our video controller dot value dot aspect ratio. When we initialize our video controller is going to automatically find our aspect ratio and display that for us. Inside the stack children, the first thing I'm going to return is video player, and I'm going to just pass my controller. And next I'm going to have a position. This is where we put our controls. So we need to make our video centered. So for that purpose, I'm going to say all its 4 properties is going to be 0. And as its child, I'm going to put an icon button. Inside on press, we put nothing for now, but inside the icon, I'm going to put my icon. But I want to display a different icon based on is playing or not. So let's take care of our spelling. I'm going to define a boolean is playing flag is called to false initially because the video is not playing initially. And inside the icon I'm going to say if we are playing, let's show icons dot pause circle. Otherwise I'm going to show an icon of play circle. The size is going to be 50 and the color is going to be white. So let's also take care of playing itself, and again I'm going to check if you're already playing. You just need to say video controller dot pause. Otherwise, if you're not playing, you just need to say video controller dot play. And every time that we change our play to pause, we're gonna also update our is playing. So is playing is gonna be opposite of is playing. And lastly, we need to set the state to update the UI. So I guess that's pretty much it. Let's go and make sure we import everything.
And inside video view, let's pass our video, and that's of course file. Let's also go inside create post screen and import our video view. So I have a typo here, so let's now import it, and let's make sure file is not null, so it's safe. Right now, because we have picked an image, it's showing an image, and if I go back and pick a video this time, see, this is gonna show me a video, and I can also play it here. So that's pretty much it. We have created our create post screen. The next step is actually making posts to the Firebase. So let's also have a button for posting. I'm gonna go inside, pick file widget. Let's define a size box with a height of 20. And under that, I'm gonna define a button. This is gonna be a run button. So let's use run button. OnPress is empty for now. And I'm also gonna say the label is post. So let's hit save. And I notice the application has been stopped. So let's also run it again. So our application is running again. Let's go inside create post screen. And once again, I'm gonna pick an image. So let's pick the first one. Our image is being displayed as well as our button. But right now, if I press on this button, nothing happens because we have not used anything. To be able to actually post something, we need to use our Riverpod. But we can only use our Riverpod if we have a consumer widget. So I'm going to turn my entire stateful widget into consumer widget. So the method is simple, like always. Let's add consumer everywhere. Let's also import Riverpod. So that's pretty much it. Let's just go down and create a method for posting. So this method is going to be async. The first thing I'm going to do is to start is loading. And I think we still have not defined our is loading. So let's say is loading is equal to true. But as we don't have is loading, let's go and create it. So I'm going to say come here, boolean is loading is equal to false. It is initially going to be false. But when we trigger our loading, it is going to be starting. But what happens when is loading is on? If is loading is on, I'm going to show a loading indicator instead of this button. So let's say if ER is loading, just show me a center with a child of circular progress indicator. Otherwise, show me the button. And that's it. Let's also come to make post. So after we are done with this loading, let's call our provider. I'm going to say ref.read post provider, and I'm going to say make post. We need the content, and that's going to be postcontroller.txt. We also need a file. This is the exact file. I'm just going to use an object operator. I also say that the post type is going to be post type. It should be working fine, but why doesn't it? So we don't have post type. Let's see. I have defined my post type above, and that's going to be file type here. So I'm going to say file type. So when I'm done posting, I want to get out of the screen. So let's say navigator.pop. And before that, I also want to stop is loading. So let's say set the state and is loading to false. There is also other cases when I'm going to stop is loading, and that's it, we get an error. So let's say we also handle catch error, and if an error happens, I don't care what error we have. I'm just going to say set the state and is loading is equal to false. So let's say save. And I think we're pretty much done here. So let's use this make post inside this button. we also need to use it inside this button, and let's hit save. And now I'm gonna click on it and also write the text, my PC. Let's hit post. So it took quite a while and the post was unsuccessful. I changed the code a little bit. The only piece of code that I've changed is bringing date false is loading here. So let's see if it works this time. I'm gonna go again and pick this time a different image. I'm gonna pick this one and let's say. So let's hit on the post and see if we're successful this time. And yes, we are successfully posting it. So let's go to the Firebase and we see that we have our post collection and we have 2 posts because I also did another test post. Let's also go to our storage and we see inside the image we have 2 images that I just posted right now. So now that our users can make posts, let's also be able to retrieve them. For that reason, I'm gonna go inside my post screen. I'm gonna define a post list widget. Let's define it. Posts list. Let's create this widget below, and it's gonna be a stateless consumer post list, and let's also add an s here, posts list. So what this widget does is actually returning a list of all the posts. Let's import Riverpod. Inside the build method, I'm gonna first of all get my post, and that's equal to post is equal to ref dot. We're gonna watch our get.post provider. So now this post is gonna be an async value. So let's say we're gonna return our posts.when. We take care of all the states. In case we have data, I'm gonna call it posts list, and let's say we return a sliver list dot separated first half item count, and it's gonna be post list dot length, and then we have item builder and separator builder. I'm gonna first of all build a separator builder. It is gonna give us context and index. I don't need any of them, but I will just keep their name. And the only thing I'm gonna do is to return a size box with the height of it. So that's all. And inside the item builder, I'm gonna first of all get my post. So my post is equal to post list dot element index. And the only thing I do for now is to return a text that's gonna be post dot content. Inside the error, I'm gonna first of all return a sliver to box adapter. Let's don't forget we're inside a custom scroll view and all the charts should be slivers. And as this chart, I'm gonna return my error screen. Let's also take care of loading. Again, we're gonna return sliver to box adapter. And inside that, we're gonna have our loader. So that's pretty much it. And as you see, we already have our post that is app logo and my setup. And one error that I noticed I had was inside my get all posts provider. You should come here and instead of using created, you have to use date published. Because if you go inside your post, you see that we have date published. So I initially committed this mistake and I could not get the list of my posts. So make sure to go and change that inside get all post provider. So let's start building our post style. I'm gonna go inside my widgets, and before we build our post style, I'm gonna build a widget that we're gonna use inside our post style and also inside another feature. So I'm gonna go inside lib core widgets and I'm gonna build post info tile.dart. This widget is gonna be used inside both post and also story. So let's build it. It's gonna be a consumer widget. So let's say set this consumer post info tile. We also need to import Riverpod and also our material. This widget is going to take two parameters. They're going to be a date publish and also user ID. So let's add them to constructor. Beautiful. We also miss our key. So let's also add our key here. So inside the build method, we first of all need to get our user. So let's go and say final user info is equal to ref.watch get user info by user ID provider. Let's see if we have this provider. Get user info. As we see, we have two providers that are saying get user info provider. So let me go to the file, get user info by ID provider. But I have forgotten to make it get user info by ID provider. So now let's go back and say get user info by ID provider. And it's going to take a parameter. And I'm going to pass my user ID. So it is basically getting the profile information for each user that we pass to. And then we're going to return userinfo.when. So we take care of all the states. Again, you know how we do this, so I'm going to do it very fast. And inside the data, I'm going to say, we first of all need to get the data. Our data is a user. So what it basically does is to first of all return a padding. The padding is going to be symmetric, horizontally 15, and vertically is going to be 8. Then we have our child. It's going to be a row. The main axis alignment is going to be start. Let's also go inside children. The first property that we pass is a circle avatar. And we pass a background image. So let's say background image. And it's again going to be a network image. And that's going to be user dot profile pic URL. So this is basically our circle avatar. And if you want to have an idea of what we're building, let me go back to the complete app. This is what we're actually building. This is our profile URL, name, date publish, and also this button. So after circle avatar, we have a size box with a width of 10. Then we need to specify a column because we have two widgets on top of each other. So let's get up this dialog, and I'm going to set a cross-axis alignment at the start. Inside the children, obviously we have two texts. So the first text is going to be user dot full name. I'm going to give it a style. And we also have another text, and that's going to be date published. So let's also create that. And that's going to be exactly date published that we got. And I'm going to say from now. But right now we don't have this extension. So let's go to our extensions. And using this Jiffy package, I'm going to create another extension. Let's call it from now. This extension is on datum, and again I'm going to say this is going to be called from now. So then the thing it basically does is to say from now. It returns how much time has been passed since now. So let's use it again. From now. Beautiful. We also need to specify the style, and I'm going to say text style, font size of 14, and color of gray. Let's make it constant. So that's basically it. And after this column, I'm going to return a spacer widget. And after that, I'm just going to return an icon, and that's going to be icons dot more horizontally. The icon that you saw this. So this is basically our post info tile. Inside post string, let's make sure we return a post tile. And this post style widget is gonna get a post, so I'm gonna pass my post there. And let's go inside widgets, and I'm gonna create that post style. It is gonna be a stateless consumer. I'm gonna get my post as a parameter. Let's also import Riverpod and material. So let's start building it. We need a container, and I'm gonna pass a color. That's gonna be colors that's white. Inside it we have a child that is gonna be a column, and inside the column I'm gonna say post info tile. It requires a date published, and I'm gonna pass post dot created that. And also we need user ID, and that's gonna be post dot author ID, or let's see what we have named it here, and that's gonna be poster ID. So let's go to this page and import it. And now if we hit save, we see that each post shows us post info. So let's go back inside the post tile. I'm gonna make a comment here and say post header. The next part that we're gonna build is gonna be the post text. So let's say post text. So post text is gonna be nothing special. It's gonna be just a text, but I'm gonna also add the padding. The padding is gonna be again symmetric, horizontally 15 and vertically 5. It's gonna have a child, and I'm gonna put my text, and this is gonna be post dot content. So let's hit save to get the formatting right. And we're now also able to see this. And inside this column I'm gonna say the cross-axis alignment is gonna be start, to make sure it displays at the beginning. So that's right. The next widget that we're gonna be showing is our image or video. We already have an image or video widget, but that's not gonna be useful here, because then we were working with files and now we're working with URLs. So let's create a new widget for that. I'm gonna say post video or image, and let's create a widget that's gonna be post image video view. And again, this is gonna get a file URL, and now I'm gonna pass post dot file URL, and it's also requiring as a post type. I'm gonna say post dot post type. So let's go and create this widget. And again, I'm gonna go inside widgets and create post image video view dot, and this is gonna be exactly like image video view. So I'm gonna copy everything, paste it here. First of all, I'm gonna change this name to post image video view, and instead of a file, I'm just gonna get a file URL. Let's also name it file URL. And here, instead of showing an image.file, I'm gonna show an image.network, and I'm gonna say file URL. And last, inside the video view, I'm gonna show a network video view. Inside the video, I'm gonna say video URL file URL. So this step is also done. Let's go and create our network video view. And again, I'm gonna go inside my widgets. This must be familiar this time. So let's create our network video view dot, and you may already guess, but this is gonna be so much similar to video view. So I'm gonna copy all the codes and put it inside my network video view. Again, I'm gonna first of all change its name to network video view, and instead of a file, I'm gonna get a string video URL. The controller is gonna be the same, but this time instead of a file, I'm gonna get a network URL, and for that I'm going to say URI.parse widget.video URL. So this is all the chain that we had to bring. Again, we're going to initialize them, and again we're going to set state. And as a video controller, again we're going to have all these the same controllers. So let's just import everything here and also here, and post image video view requires as a file URL, so I'm gonna say file type instead of a post type. So let's hit save now, and as you see, both of our posts have image. Beautiful. So the next part that we're gonna build is actually our post status and also buttons. So let's go into building it, and here I'm gonna say post status and buttons. For that, I'm gonna first of all create a padding, and inside the padding I'm gonna say this is the padding that we're gonna have. And again, we have a column because we have two of them on top of each other. So if you come to the complete tab, you see this is actually we want to create. This is called post states, and this is my post buttons. So let's create them. And so the column I'm gonna put children, and the first shot that I'm gonna be creating is post states. So let's create post states. I'm gonna say post states, and the only thing I'm gonna be passing is likes, that is equal to post dot likes. So let's start building our post states. I'm gonna create a stateless widget and say post states. But before we finish building post states, I'm gonna build my round like icon because this is one of the widgets that we're gonna use inside it. So let's go inside widgets, and I'm gonna say round like icon.dart. This is a very simple widget. Let's create a stateless widget, and I'm gonna call it round like icon, and all it actually does is to return a circle avatar. It got a background color, and that's gonna be app colors dot blue color, and inside the child I'm gonna have a font awesome icon, and let's say its icon is font awesome icons dot thumbs up. Let's use a solid one, solid thumbs up. I'm gonna have a color of white, and let's specify a size of 15. And I also want to have a radius, so let's say the radius is gonna be 12. So let's also make it constant. And now let's come back and start building our widget. So if first of all get our list of likes, that's gonna be a list of type string likes. Let's also come here and get it. So what I basically return here is a row, and main axis alignment is gonna be start. Inside the children property, we have 3 children. The first is gonna be our like button. So we say like round like icon. The second is gonna be our size box with a weight of 5. And lastly, we have a text that's saying likes.length. So now if we hit save, we have our post status. And the last widget that I'm going to be creating is our post buttons. So let's also create that. This time we are using consumer widget. So let's say set this consumer, and I'm going to say post buttons. This is the list of buttons that we have inside of our posts. It takes one parameter, and that's going to be our post. So let's also add this to the constructor. Inside the build method, we return a row. The first property that we're going to provide is main axis alignment, and that's going to be space around. I have my children, and that's going to be tree of icon. text buttons. So let's also define our icon text buttons. Again, I'm gonna go inside my widgets and define maybe my last widget, and that's gonna be icon text button dot dart. So I'm gonna paste all the code for this button, and this is actually pretty simple. You take 4 parameters, that's icon, label, an unpressed, and also a colon. And what you actually return is a row with an icon, a size box, and also our text. So let's return it, and let's come back inside here. So let's import our icon text button. It has 2 required properties, and that's going to be icon and also label. For the first button, we have an icon of font, awesome, icons dot thumbs up. I'm going to later change it based on whether we have liked the post or not, but for now let's be like this. For the label, I'm going to say like. Let's also copy and paste it. We also have an icon for comment, and this is gonna be a solid message. For the share button, I'm gonna just say share and also a text of share. So let's put our post buttons in their place. Let's come back here and say we have post buttons. Let's also hit save. And now as you see, we have our buttons, but we need some more space here. So before putting my post buttons, I'm gonna post a divider. Let's hit save. And now as you see, it looks beautiful. I guess I have used the wrong icon for the comment. It's gonna be message, not map. So now it looks better. So our UI for post style is almost complete. Let's now also add functionality. I want to add a functionality to my like button. For now, comment and the share button is not gonna do any work, so I'm gonna go inside like button and change its functionality. I'm gonna add constant before these 2 buttons. So the first thing I'm gonna do is to say if our post is liked or not. I'm gonna say final is liked is equal to. That's the likes list of the post contains my UID. That is how I check it. So now let's go inside our like button and say if this is liked, you have to show a solid thumbs up. Otherwise, you're gonna show a simple thumbs up, and you have to use this icon. I also need to specify a color. So if it is liked, you're gonna provide a blue color. Let's say app colors dot blue color. Otherwise, you have to say app colors dot black color. I also want to provide an unpressed, and let's make it the last property. And inside the unpressed, I'm gonna use my reference and then read my post provider and then use like dislike post. So let's provide them. I'm gonna say post ID and also the list of likes. Let's say post likes. So let's also hit save. And now if I go and like my post, you see that my like is updated successfully. So now we can basically post and also like our post. The last feature that I want to put in this video is ability to watch videos and also ability to retrieve videos from Firebase. So let's go inside our post screen. I want to be able to watch these videos in this tab, and what we do is exactly like what we do inside post screen. We actually get all the posts, but this time we only get posts that have a video tag. So for that reason, I'm gonna copy everything that we have here and create a new screen. I'm gonna call it videos screen.dart. So let's copy everything here, and I'm gonna change its name to videos screen. And this time we don't have feed make post widget. And should I keep my custom scroll view because we're gonna have only 1 post, and I actually don't think we need that. So let's go and say we get everything that inside the post list, and I'm gonna put them directly here, so we don't create any new widget called videos list. But the only difference that we have here is let's turn it into a consumer widget, and we also need widget ref. But this time I'm gonna say get all videos provider. Thank God we have defined everything earlier. So let's go and organize our imports and hit save. But right now nothing happens because we first of all don't have any videos, and second we have not used our screen anywhere. So let's go inside our home screen. Here when we define our tabs, let's go and say instead of this text I'm going to put my actual home screen. So let's say videos screen, and we may have forgotten to name it videos screen. This is actually videos screen. So let's copy it and also paste here. I'm gonna import it, and now let's go and post a video. I'm gonna go inside my post. I'm gonna pick a video. Let's learn how to create a sliver wrapper in Flutter. So let's also post this video. This video is almost too small, so it shouldn't take too long. So yes, our video is posted. We can like it like an ordinary post. And now let's go to video tab. And here we have a problem. Let's see what the problem is actually. I'm gonna hard restart. And the problem very well could be because we have used a sliver inside the non-sliver. So I'm gonna get rid of all these sliver to box adapters. But I'm not sure if this is a problem. So let's remove these widgets from here, also from here. And instead of a sliver list, I'm gonna use the list view, simple list view. Let's also make it constant. So now if we hit save and go back to this tab, we have to be able to see our video. But there can also be another problem, and that's because we have used a little bit complex query, so we need to create an index for this. And we need an index. Firebase will always give you a link, so I'm gonna just click on this link that's inside the errors. And we only need to click save, and after a little bit time an index is gonna be created for us. Then we can view our video. So our index is being built. Let's head back to our project, and I'm gonna just press hard restart. So now let's head back to our videos screen, and now we don't get the index error, but we may have an UI error because our video is not being displayed. We can actually watch it here, but not there. So let's see what the actual problem is, because as you see, you can actually play it. But if you go inside the video tab, we don't have it. And I noticed that we have the same problem, the same we had when we wanted to retrieve our post. So let's go to get all videos provider, and let's say here, instead of creating that, we're gonna be using date published. And now if we hit save, everything should be working fine now. So let's go back, and I'm gonna reload everything to see if it works fine. Let's go back to video part, and now everything is working fine. So let's get started. The first thing I'm gonna do is to go inside my features, inside the post, inside the models. I'm gonna first of all define my comment. So I'm gonna define a class for that, and this is gonna be immutable. So let's say immutable, and we have to import immutable. Let's import it by hand. I always try to import immutable from foundation.dart, and make sure that I only import the immutable and not other parts of this package. So let's define our properties. The first property is going to be a comment ID. Each comment should have an ID. Then we also need to have an offer ID.
because each comment belongs to a person and we need information about that person. The next ID that we need is a post ID, because each comment belongs to a post. And then we have the text, that is going to be the actual text inside our comment. We also have a created at, so each comment has a created at field. And let's also say we have a list of a string that's going to be likes. So this is how we actually take care of our likes. Let's also create a constructor for this, and I'm going to be using this generate constructor that comes with the extension that I have installed inside my VS Code. And let's also make toMap and frobMap methods. So for that, I'm going to just copy and paste to save some time. Let's also import Firebase names class, and to make sure we have not made any mistakes, I'm going to check it out. We have used created at here, and also here. So I hope we have not made any mistake. So this is all about defining our comment model. Now let's go inside our repository and create our methods. And I'm gonna again go inside my repository. We have post repository. So inside post repository, we only have to define two methods, one for creating a comment and also one for liking a comment. And hopefully we already have those methods. We just have to modify our make post and also like post method to get it faster. So let me just copy and paste these two methods, and I'm gonna modify them to work for this case. So let's copy and paste, and I'm gonna hold Shift and Alt and press down to make a perfect copy of them. So let's say I'm gonna call this method make comment, and let's change our properties. This time I'm not getting a file. Comments are only text based, so I'm gonna get rid of the file. Let's call it text, and instead of post type, here we have a post ID because each comment belongs to a specific post. And here we again need a comment ID. We also need a offer ID. We also need to get datetime.now. Let's get rid of this part because we're not posting anything. And instead of a comment, I'm gonna create a post. Sorry, instead of creating a post, I'm gonna create a comment. So let's say comment is equal to comment, and we have everything in place. Comment ID, offer ID, post ID, text. For created data, I'm gonna say now, and for the list of likes, I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna put an empty list and make sure this is constant. So inside Firestore this time, instead of going to post, I'm gonna just go to comments, and I'm gonna put my comment ID. I wonder how I have a post ID. Let's check it out. Post ID. Here we had a post ID and it worked fine. Yep. This should be called comment ID. That's fine. Sorry, this is the post ID. But what we actually need to say is comment ID, because inside the comment collection, I'm gonna save each comment with its ID, and then instead of post, I'm gonna just say comment. So this is all about posting a comment, and next we need to take care of liking. So let's say like, dislike. So let's also define our properties. This time instead of post ID, we have our comment ID, and again we have the list of likes. Inside the try, I'm gonna get the after ID like before. The only difference is when we come here, instead of post collection, I'm gonna go inside my comments collection and pass my comment ID. Then we have to update, and if we already have liked the post, we just need to remove it, and if we have not liked the post, we need to add it. So everything is like before, except going inside comments collection, and I'm gonna pass my comment ID. So it is done beautifully. Next we need to create our provider, and this provider is gonna get all our comments. So let's go inside our providers, and I'm sure you can already see what I'm going to do next. So I'm gonna just create a provider like this for getting all the comments. So I'm gonna copy everything from here and create a new file called get all comments provider. Let's visit here, and I'm gonna change its name to get all comments provider. This is still gonna be stream provider of auto dispose iterable of type comment. We create a subscription, we go to comments collection, and we get everything sorted by date published. But this time we just created that. This was a mistake that prevented us from getting our comments. And then we need to create a list called comments, and we're gonna call it comment data. Also here, I'm gonna say comment dot from map, and we already have that method, and we add list of comments to our controller. Let's see, comments. This is an iterable of type comment, and the problem is here we have forgotten to make it iterable of type comment, and now everything is working fine. We are disposing our controller, and we also return our controller.stream. So let's get rid of the import that we don't need, and now if we hit save, we have already defined our get all comments provider. So next it's time to build our UI. For that, I'm gonna go inside my presentation and screen. I'm gonna define a screen called comments screen dot dot. This is the screen that we display all our comments. So let's create our comments screen, and this is gonna be pretty simple. Let's define a status widget. I'm gonna call it comments screen. Let's also import everything from material.dart. So inside this, I'm gonna return a scaffold. This is gonna hold an app bar. I'm gonna call it comments screen, or for simply comments. And inside the body, all we're gonna have is a column. And this is where I'm gonna put my children. The first one is gonna be comment list, and the second is gonna be comment text field. So this is all that is to this screen, but we also need to get a parameter, and that's gonna be post ID. Let's also put it inside our constructor. We also have defined a route name. So let's go to the router file and define this new screen. I'm gonna call it comments screen. Let's say in case we have comments screen, I'm gonna just return comments screen, and this time we have a parameter. So let's get it. I'm gonna come here and say final post ID is equal to, we have our settings, and according to that we can get our arguments, and I'm gonna say this is gonna be a string. Comments screen takes a post ID, and here we have it, our post ID. And let's also get rid of this import. Now we need to go inside our post tile. So that is the place that we have our comment. This is the button that if we're gonna press, we're gonna go inside our comment screen. And I have put it inside our post button. Let's say we have it here. Okay. So I'm gonna use the onPress property, and every time we press on this, we're just gonna go inside our comment screen. So let's say navigate of context dot push comment screen dot brand name. And the reason we get this error is because we have declared this as constant. So let's get rid of this. And we also need to pass an argument, and that's gonna be post ID. Let's see how we can get our post ID from here. Inside here we have a post, so we can say post dot post ID. Beautiful. Now let's run our project to see if everything works correctly. So now our app is up and running. Let's test it out. I'm going to press on this button, and here we go. We're inside our comments screen. So the first component that I'm going to be building is the comments list. Let's make the terminal smaller and go inside our widgets and make sure we are inside post, presentation, and widgets. Let's create a component called comments list. So this is actually going to be a stateless consumer. Let's also import both Riverpod and also material.dart. Inside the build method, the first thing I'm going to do is to get the list of my comments. And one thing that I have noticed is that if you want to get all the comments, you have to get all the comments for a specific post and not all comments that is inside this app. So let's go inside our get comments provider, and we need to pass it a parameter. So for that reason, I'm going to make it a family provider. And apart from iterable of comments, I'm going to also pass another property, and that's going to be string. So here I'm going to call it post ID. Let's go inside collection comments. I also need to specify a condition, and that's going to be where post ID is equal to post ID. So we get all of our comments in case the post ID of the comment is equal to the post ID. And if you go inside our comment model, we see that we have a post ID. So every time we get a comment, we check if our post ID is equal to the post ID provided. Let's check it out. Also inside this method, let's first get our post ID and add it to the constructor, of course. And make sure we have a key. It improves performance. So now that we hover over it, we get an error because it requires us to pass a post ID. I'm going to pass my post ID here, and now we get all of my comments. So inside this widget, all I'm going to return first is an expanded widget, because in the comments list screen, we first of all have all our comments, and below that, we have our comment text field. And as you know, a text field gives all the space available to this, so we need to use expanded here. And as a child, I'm just going to say comments.when, and you already know how we define this one, so let me do it fast. So now we handle the error and also loading case. Let's also handle the data case. So in case we have data, we're gonna take the data. I'm gonna call it comments list, and inside here I'm gonna just return a list without builder. Inside the item card, I'm gonna pass comments list dot length, and inside the item builder we have our context and also index. So let's first of all get a comment, and that's gonna be equal to comments list dot element at index. So now that we have a comment, we need to return a comment tile. I'm gonna return a comment tile, and inside that we need to pass our comment. But because we still have not defined our comment tile, we are gonna get an error. So let's define our comment tile. For that, I'm gonna go and create another widget. I'm gonna call it comment tile.dart. So let's define our comment tile here, and this is gonna be of type stateless widget. So let's say comment tile, and also make sure to import material.dart. Every comment tile requires a comment, so let's pass our comment. And inside the build method, we are gonna return a padding. It is gonna be a padding of all side with a value of 8. And inside the chart we have a column. Because comments are gonna be a bit complex, I'm gonna divide it in two parts. We have comment header, and we also have comment footer. So let's put them here. And each of these widgets requires us to pass a comment. And I noticed that I have forgotten to define a children property. So let's go inside our children and put everything there. We also need to define our footer. So let's say comment footer. And again, I'm going to pass my comment. We also need to put the semicolon to get the formatting right. I'm going to start by defining my comment header. This time we use a consumer widget. The first thing I'm going to do is to import Riverpod. It is going to take a property of comment. Let's also add it here. So the first thing I'm going to return is a row. But before that, we need to get some data. And as we may have noticed, every comment holds the information of the person who has posted it. So let's first of all get them. And again, we're going to use get user info by ID provider, and I'm going to pass my comment.after ID. So we get the properties of the person who posted the comment, and return user info.when. So based on either the user info is complete or not, we're going to return. And again, we first of all handle error and loading states. So let's do them fast. And now let's handle the case that we have data. This data is going to be user data. So here we return a row. Across the axis alignment is going to be start. Inside the children property, we first of all need to return a profile tile. We need a URL for that, and I'm going to pass user data dot profile pic URL because every user has a URL. And after that, I'm going to return a flexible. And inside the child, let's return a container. I'm going to put a padding of 12 from all sides. We also need a decoration with a color of gray and a border radius of 15. And as a child, I'm going to return a column. The cross-axis alignment is again going to be start. And for the children, we have our final text. We first show our name, and that's going to be user data, that full name. And I think instead of user data, I'm going to name it user. That sounds better for me at least. And you have to pass some style because the name is going to be big. So I'm going to change the color, making sure that this black, a font size of 16, and a font weight of 500. Beautiful. And after this text, we have our next one that's going to be our comment itself. So let's hit save now. And now that we have our comment tile, let's just go inside our comment list and import it. I'm going to also close this file. So we were successful at building our comment header. The last piece that we want to build in this page is going to be our comment footer. So let's go and build it out. Let's create our comment footer here, and this is going to be set list widget. It also takes a comment as a property. And now you see all our errors are gone. So this is the part of the comment that we put our buttons. And if you go inside our complete app, you see that. If you go inside comment, we have a bunch of empty comments. You see that this is the part that we're going to be building. It contains a two text and also a like button. And if I press like, the like counter is updating in real time, and also the color of the button is being changed. So this is what actually we're going to build. So I'm going to put it here for now. The first thing that I'm going to take care of is if we have liked the comment or not. So let's say if it's liked, and that's going to be equal to comment.likes contains. So if the likes contains my UID, it means that I've liked the comment. And we get our UID this way. This is it. And inside here, we're going to return a consumer widget. Inside the builder, we have a context, ref, and a child. So let's return a row. And as you see, the first thing we have is our datetime. So I'm going to here say, inside the children, we first of all have a text, and that's going to be comment dot created at. Created at is a datetime, and as you remember, we have the extension, and that's going to be time ago, or I call it from now. So what this basically does is to get the exact amount of time it has been passed from when I made the comments. Next, we have this like button. So as you see, this is going to be a simple text button. Inside the onPress, I'm going to call the like dislike comment method. So let's go to ref.read, and every time we're triggering an action and we're not interested in the results, we don't need listen to the results, we use read. So let's go to post provider, and then I'm gonna call like dislike comment. Let's pass comment ID, and also comment.likes, and let's also pass this to get the formatting right. And because this is gonna be an async operation, it is better to use an await before that. At next, we have to go inside this text, and I'm gonna define a style. So let's go and say text style. The only style that we have is a color. So if our comment is liked, it is gonna be app colors dot blue color. Otherwise, this is just app colors dot, I'm gonna say dot gray color. So this is it. Next, we need to define this like counter, and for that I'm gonna go after my text. So after this text, I'm gonna put a little bit of size box with a width of 15. Is it in the wrong place? Yes, it is. So let's drag it down, and then we have our round like icon. That is this small like icon. We need another size box to put some space, and this one the width is gonna be 5. And lastly, we need our text. That is comment.likes.length, and of course we need to turn it into a string. Beautiful. And now everything is complete. And if we had a comment right now, we would be able to see it. So right now we don't have any comment to be able to display them. So let's go back to original app, but nothing appears. I'm gonna go back to my comments screen, and we have to put everything in place. So let's say comments list. And now that we are done defining our comments list, let's also define our comment text field. So I'm gonna call it comment text field, and again we're gonna define it inside our widgets. So let's go inside widgets and say comment text field dot. Let's also get rid of comment tile. So let's now define our comment text field. This time we're using consumer stateful widget. Let's say consumer stateful widget. Let's say comment text field, and also make sure to import Riverpod and also material.dart. So this is not going to be super complex. All we need to do is first of all get a property, and that's going to be our post ID. Let's also say we have inside our constructor. So as it's going to be a text field, we need a controller. So let's define our controller and make sure this is late. So inside init state, I'm going to initialize our controller, and we also get rid of it inside our dispose method. And we also have a method for posting a comment. This is going to be feature void make comment. If I can type it right, let's also make it async because this is an asynchronous process. So the first thing I'm going to do is to get the text. That's going to be controller.text, and let's also trim it. And every time we make a comment, the first thing I'm going to do is to clear the comment section to make it look more native. And then we just have to say ref.read, and we're going to be using post provider, and this I'm going to say make comment. We have our text. We also need our post ID. How do we get our post ID? We get it from the parameter we have defined above, and that's pretty much it. Now we need to build our UI, and because the UI is not a big deal, I'm just going to copy and paste this. So everything we have inside our UI is a container with a height of 60 and a color of white. Inside which we have another container with a padding of 15. We have a decoration, a color of gray. You will soon see why. And then we have a text field with a hint text. We have a suffix icon, that is the make comment icon. And we also have an icon of send. So this is all about our comment text field. Let's go and import it here. Make sure we also have got the spelling right, comment text field and comment text field. And what it requires us is a post ID. So let's give it a post ID. And yes, you see it here. So I want to how to start my app because we have brought a lot of changes. So now the app is restarted successfully. Let's choose a post and go inside the comment section. Let's hit on the comment. And as we see, we have our comment text field. Let's comment something. I'm going to say nice and hit on this button. Beautiful. Our text field is clear, but I still don't see my comment. So to make sure I have made the comment, I'm going to go inside my Firebase console. So if we go inside Firebase console, we see that we have our comments collection. We have a comment inside that. The text is nice. It has no likes. So basically our comment is present. Let's go back inside our application and see what the problem is. Is it again a problem about indexing? So let's see. Let's go inside comments. And we see that our comment is in place. And as you see, we have the index problem again. So let's click on the link, control and click, and open it up. Make sure to sign in with the account that you have your project on, and it will take you inside the Firebase console and suggest you to create an index. I'm gonna just click and save and wait for the index to be built. So it took some time, but our index is built successfully. So let's return to our project right now. I'm gonna clear the terminal, close it, and also go back to comment screen. And now as you see, we have our comment successfully. We can like the comment and it's gonna update in real time. You can also say more comments like this. And if we do a comment, you see that this comment successfully, and you can also like or unlike these comments. So in this video, I will teach you how you can add people as your friend inside your Facebook clone. For that, we're gonna need to create a feature called friends. So let's go inside features, and I'm gonna create a folder called friends. Inside that, we're gonna have a folder called repository, and inside that we're gonna have friend repository. As always, I'm gonna put it as immutable. So let's say immutable friend repository. And as always, it's imported from foundation.dart. So first of all, I created two final variables. These are going to be used a lot inside our method, so I'm going to define them here. So I'm going to start by creating a feature for sending a friend request. So the way we take care of sending and receiving a friend request is adding your ID inside send or receive friend request. So for example, when we send a friend request, I'm going to add my own ID to that other person's receive request, and also the other person's ID inside my own user send request. So let's do that for now. For that, I'm going to need a user ID. So let's also make it required. And also async. We're going to need a try and catch, and in case something goes wrong, we're going to return the error. Otherwise, we're just going to return null. So let's go inside Firestore, collection, users, and then I'm going to find the other person's request. So let's go to user ID, and according to user ID, we find a user document, and then I'm going to update that document. So let's go inside other person's receive request, and I'm going to use the familiar method of field value dot array union my UID. And because it expects as a list, I'm going to pass a list, although it only contains a single item. So what we actually did here was to go to other person's document, and inside the receive request, I added my own ID. And now we need to do the opposite of this. So this time I'm gonna add add a person's UID inside my document. So let's say add a person's UID inside my own send requests. So let's go to my UID. Now we're opening my own user document on Firestore, and then I'm going to update not my receive request but send request and add the other person's user ID. So this is all we had to do to send a friend request. Next, I want to teach you how to accept a friend request. So let's go and define that method. The template is the same, so I'm gonna write it fast. So I'm gonna call it setting friend request. So how do you accept a friend request? Imagine I've sent you a friend request. What do you have to do to accept it? So there are two things you actually to do. First of all, you have to get rid of all the requests, and secondly, you have to add the person inside your friends list. So that's gonna be simple, but it's gonna again contain two parts. First of all, add your UID inside other person's friends list, and then add other person's ID inside your own friends list. And next step is gonna be remove sent and received friend request. So this is what you basically need to do. Let's do the first thing. For that, I'm gonna go and say await firestore dot collection. Let's go to users, and then I'm gonna go inside document, and then again we are gonna go inside other person's document. So let's use user ID and let's update. So by now you're already familiar what we are gonna do now. So let's say Firebase field names dot friends, and for that I'm gonna say field value dot array union, and then add my UID. But you have to make sure this is inside the list. Beautiful. Let's also copy it here, but this time we go inside my document. So let's say my UID, and by that we're going inside my user ID inside Firebase, and then I'm gonna add the other person's ID to my list of friends. So then the person become my friend. The last thing is to revoke our friend request, and to do that we can just do the opposite of what we did here, but I don't want to have any code duplicates, so I'm gonna create another method for that, and that method is called remove friend requests. And again you need to pass a user ID. So let's create that method. Again the template is gonna be the same. Yep, our method is defined. So as I said, the only thing we have to do is to go inside this method and just do the opposite of what we have done, because in this method we actually sent friend request. So inside remove friend request, all we need to do actually is to get rid of those friend requests, and I guess I've defined the method in the wrong place. So let's go inside our class and define it there. Now with a new Firestore, I'm gonna first of all change this array union to array remove. So the first thing you do is to go inside your receive request, add a person's receive request, and remove your my UID. But you also need to go to other person's send request and remove my UID, and then inside your own user, let's go to your user inside Firestore. I'm gonna first of all remove the other person's UID from the send request, but I'm gonna also do it for the receive request. So now we have taken care of all the edge cases, and this method will successfully remove a friend request. So now we have defined method for sending a friend request, a method for accepting a friend request, and also a method for removing a friend request. The next method that we need to define is to remove a friend, and as you probably guessed, this is going to be exactly the opposite of adding somebody as your friend. So let's go inside that method, and that method is called accepting a friend request. Let's paste it here. I'm going to change the name to remove friend, So what this method did was to add somebody in your friend list and also add you inside the other person friend list, and we're gonna do quite the opposite. And the only part we don't need is to actually remove a friend request, because at this scenario we don't have any. So let's go inside the other person's user using the user ID, and inside their friends I'm gonna just say I already removed my UID, and now we're going inside my own UID and then say remove the other person. So this was all about creating my friend repository. Next I'm gonna create friend providers. So now that we are done with our repository, let's also create our provider. I'm gonna go inside friend and create a new folder. This is gonna be called providers, because we're gonna have a couple of providers. The first provider that I'm gonna define is friend provider.dart. So this is gonna be a simple provider. You know the formula, let's define it. So basically the only thing we do here is to return our friend repository instance so that we can provide it. This is a simple provider. We also need to create two other providers, one for getting all the friends and one for getting all the friend requests. Let's create one for getting all our friends. I'm gonna call it get all friends provider.dart. So as always, this is gonna be an stream provider. Let's say a stream provider, and I'll also make sure that this is an auto dispose. I'm also providing a function body. So the first thing I'm gonna do is to get my UID, and then I'm gonna create a subscription, and that's gonna be equal to. So let's go to Firebase collection name.users, and what I'm gonna do is to get my user out of that collection. So let's say where UID is equal to my UID, and I'm gonna get the snapshots, and then I'm gonna limit it. We have to limit it here before getting the snapshots. So I'm gonna limit it to one result, and then I'm gonna get the snapshots and also listen to it. So this event is gonna be called snapshot. Let's get our user out of this snapshot. So let's say final user data is equal to snapshot, because this is gonna be a document snapshot. It contains a couple of docs, and I'm gonna get the first doc. Let's also get our user out of it. So let's say user is equal to user model dot from map, and the map is user data dot data. So now that we have our user, let's also define a controller, because here we need to define a stream controller. And I'm gonna say it's gonna be stream controller, and this is of type iterable of a string, because what we are gonna return is an iterable of a string. It means a list of all our friend UIDs. And lastly, I'm gonna say controller dot stream. So at the end of this provider, I make sure that we return controller dot stream. Let's also get rid of everything when we dispose the provider. So let's say when we dispose our provider, I'm gonna say subscription should be cancelled and controller should be closed. So here I've got my user, but I'm not gonna return my user itself. What I'm gonna do is to say controller.sync.add user.friends. I'm gonna add the list of my friends to the controller sync and then return my controller. So I think this is everything we had to do for this controller. The next provider that we are gonna define is gonna be get all friends request provider, and that is gonna be exactly the same provider as this. Again, we're gonna get our user, but this time instead of returning a friend, I'm gonna return my friend requests. So let's just copy and paste everything from here, and I'm gonna define a new provider. So the job of this provider is to get all the friend requests that I receive So I'm gonna paste everything. Here I'm gonna name it get all friend requests provider, and all the processes are gonna be the same, except for this part that we return friends, and instead of friends I'm gonna return receive request, because every user just need to see all the received requests. And this is basically all we had to do with the provider. In the next section we're gonna start creating our UI. So let's start building our UI, and to be able to see what UI we built, I'm gonna bring in my emulator here on the side of the project. So the first screen that we are gonna build is of course our profile screen, because if you wanna add someone as a friend we have to visit their profile. So let's start building. I'm gonna build this screen inside core screens. This is gonna be a consumer widget. So let's choose a select consumer and profile screen. Let's also do the imports. The first thing I'm gonna do is to take a parameter, then that's gonna be user ID. This will help us to get the right profile info for that. We also need to specify a route. Beautiful. So inside the build method, the first thing I'm gonna do is to take some parameter. The first one is gonna be my UID, and we also need to get the user info, because everything we have in this screen is based on our user info. So let's get the user info from Firebase, and we are gonna be using the providers that we defined earlier. In this case, we are gonna watch get user info by ID provider, and then we need to pass our ID. Beautiful. And now as you see, this user info is of type async value of type user model, so it holds in itself a user model, a complete user info. And this is an async value, meaning that we can use the when keyword to take care of all the different states. So let's just return it, and I'm gonna put a comma here to get the formatting right. And as always, we're gonna show an error screen for this case, and also a loader for the loading state. So let's take care of the data case. In this case we get data. Let's name it user. The first thing I'm gonna return is the save area. Inside the child we have our scaffold with the background color of white. Inside the body, let's define a padding. I don't know why, but I get some problem with the auto imports. Let's also make this page bigger. So let's say we have a default padding, and that's gonna be constants.default padding. And inside the child we should have a column, because as you see we have put some widgets on top of each other. The first widget we're gonna define is this circle avatar. So let's go inside children and say we have a circle avatar. The radius is gonna be 50, and inside the child I'm gonna put a network image. Inside the background image, because if you put the image inside the child, this is not gonna be a round image and it's gonna turn into rectangle. So inside the background image we have a network image, and inside the URL we're gonna have the user dot profile pic URL. Beautiful. And now let's put some space. I'm gonna put a size box of height 20, or 10 might do. Under that I'm gonna put this text, so it's gonna be text. The text itself is gonna be user dot full name, and for the style, let's say we have a font weight of 400 and a font size of 21. Then we have to put some bigger space, so let's say we have a constant size box with a height of 20, and under that we're gonna put this button. So let's build this button. I'm gonna call it build add to story button. and as you probably guessed, this is going to be a run button. So let's create it somewhere here. So inside this button, I'm going to just return a run button. Inside the on press, for now we have nothing. And inside the label, I'm going to say add to story. I guess this is all we had to do. And the last section that you want to create right now is this profile info. For that, let's go up below and say build profile info. And again, I'm going to return a column. Inside the column, I have a couple of properties, but because here we have agenda, a birthday, and also an email, let's take some parameter. I'm going to say and inside that we're going to be using icon, text button. We have already defined them. So the first one is going to be gender. So the label is going to be gender. Not inside. So the first one is going to be gender. And for the icon, we have a condition. So if our gender is equal to male, icons.male. Otherwise, we should display icons.female. Yes, beautiful. Let's define our second icon. This one is going to be for a birthday. So the icon is going to be icons.cake. And for the label, I'm just going to say birthday dot this format that we defined earlier. So let's also copy and paste this one and create our third button. The third button is going to be our email. So inside the label, I'm going to say just email. And for the icon, I'm just going to say icons.email. Beautiful. So now that everything is in place, let's also put it here. I'm going to repeat my size box and put it under that. And let's say build profile info. So inside the email, I'm going to say user.email. Inside the gender, user.gender. And inside the birthday, we also say user.birthday. So beautiful. This is all we need to do for now inside our profile screen. Later, we are going to change some of this info because instead of having only add to story button, I also want to have add friend and different options to send a friend request, cancel the request, or even accept the friend request. But for now, let's just leave it like that. And I'm also gonna go inside our home screen. And inside the screens, here we put it our actual profile screen. And here I'm gonna put my UID. But if I put my UID, this is not gonna be a constant. So just to leave it constant, I'm gonna go inside my profile screen and I'm gonna make it not required. So please let this be null. And to avoid getting an error, I'm gonna say we have a UID and that's gonna be equal to my UID. And if my UID is null, I'm gonna say and that's gonna be equal to user ID. And if user ID is null, I'm gonna put my UID. So this way I'm going to use UID here. So using this method, first of all, we have our user ID. And if the user does not pass our user ID, for example, when we are inside this screen, and when we come using our bottom navigation bar, my UID is going to be passed here. So this is going to be showing my own profile. This method will also help us later when we want to distinguish if this is our own profile screen or from another person. Let's say save. I'm also going to run the project to see the changes. So let's run it. And while the project is being run, I'm going to go inside the routes and define my route here. So let's say we have a new case that is going to be profile screen dot route name. Here we don't have any parameter, and we are just going to return profile screen, and let's also make it constant. Beautiful. So after taking a long time, our app is finally built, and it was because I recently updated my Flutter CK. So this was the first build, and it took some time to upgrade all the dependencies. But now as you see, our app is opening. Let's see the result. So it is done. Let's now go inside our profile screen, and this will show the real info of our current user. Beautiful. Everything is perfect except the fact that I've not added any space between these. So let me just go back to profile screen, not profile info, profile screen, and add some space between profile info. So between every icon, I'm just gonna put a size box of height 10. Let's hit save. And now if we go back to our profile screen, everything looks perfect. So this was all about creating our profile screen. In the next part, we are going to enable our user to send and receive friend requests. So now that profile screen is complete, let's also allow our users to open profile screen. Right now the only way to access profile screen is to come here, but I also want to enable my users to be able to go to profile screen by clicking on someone's profile. Seems like we have an error here, but I don't know what it might be. For now, I want to be able to click on this icon and navigate to profile screen. So for that purpose, let's go inside our post tile. We need the top part where we want to access our icon and also text. So let's go to post tile, and we need the post header. Here it is. We have post info tile. I'm gonna wrap everything with a gesture detector. So when we click on any of these, we go to profile screen. But I don't want if we click on this or this to go to profile screen. We only want to go to profile screen if we click on any of these two. So let's go and find exactly them. This is our circle avatar, and also this is our text. So I'm gonna wrap my circle avatar with a gesture detector, and inside on tab I'm going to define my navigator. So we may also want to pass an argument, because if you go to profile screen, again, not profile info but profile screen, it requires us a user ID, and if we don't pass the user ID, it is going to navigate us to my own profile. So I guess I've messed up also in the routes, because here we need to take our parameter. So let's get our user ID, and that's going to be equal to settings.argument, and I'm going to pass it here and make sure this is not constant. Yep, that was right. So also pass our user ID, but do we have our user ID? Yes, we have it at the top. So let's say user ID. And beautiful. Let's also hard restart the app. So now if we click on this icon, we have to be navigated to profile screen. Yep, this is exactly it. So we are now navigated to profile screen, and as you see, we don't have any app bar here because we forgot to define that. So let's go back to profile screen. Inside the scaffold, I want to set a condition. Here I'm going to have an app bar, but I'm going to set a condition. So we say if the user ID that we get from user, if it is not equal to my UID, then we should have an app bar, profile screen. Otherwise, we set it to null. So if this is not my profile, we should have an app bar to be able to navigate back to the screen we were before. So let's come back and also click again on this and see the changes are not applied. So let's also hard restart again, and before that I'm going to check the condition truly. So if the user ID is not my UID, I'm going to show the profile screen, otherwise null. Let's also check this screen. So now I'm gonna press hard restart. So the app is hard restarted, but because of internet connection problem, we don't see the icons. So let's go here, and again we're now seeing our app bar. So the actual problem is that CodeHQ is my account. So if I click on this, it will surely only lead to my profile screen. So for that reason I need to create one more account. But for now I'm just gonna complete the app, and we will test these features in the future. So now our users are enabled to click on any profile and open that, and because this is my profile, it is showing add to story. So this is the next feature that you want to work on. If this is your own profile, it has to show add to story, otherwise you have to show add friend. So let's come here and say we have built add to story button here. So I'm gonna put the condition again. I say if the user ID is equal to my UID, you then say build add to story button, otherwise you build another button that is saying add friend button. So let's define add friend button. For that I'm gonna go inside my feature friends. Inside the friends we have a presentation, and inside that folder we have another folder. This is called screens. We have another folder that is saying widgets, and inside the widgets I'm gonna say add friend button . So I have already prepared the code, so I'm just gonna copy and paste, because this is gonna take a huge time if I write everything by hand. But I'm gonna explain everything. We have quite a lot of imports to do. So yeah, everything is done. So this is basically our add friend button. If you go to a profile that is not your friend, it displays a button that says add friend. So this button takes a couple of properties and checks a lot of conditions. So when you go inside this button, first of all it checks if you're loading, because if you press on add friend, it's gonna show loading, and if you have not pressed on the button, this is gonna show you a round button, but the text is gonna be quite different. So for example, if you have sent a request to other person, it has to show cancel request, and if you're already friend, it's gonna show you remove friend, otherwise you can add friend. But how can you even check that? So come at the top and here say if the user contains the UID inside the receive request, so it means that I have sent a request, because here you get all information about the user. And if your UID is contained inside the user send request, so it means that you have received a request. And if your UID is inside the other user friend list, so it means you're already friend. So the logic is very simple. You have three lists. If your UID is inside any of these lists, it means that you either send a request, receive a request, or already friend. Also inside the onPress, we check different conditions before doing anything. For example, the first action that is triggered inside the onPress is loading. So when you press on the button, is loading is set to true, and then we get our provider, that is friend provider, and also user ID. Then we check if we have send request, so we remove friend request. If we are already friends, we're gonna remove friendship, and otherwise we just send a friend request. So the logic is so simple. If you cannot wrap your mind around it, just read it a couple of times and you will be good to go. So let's also import it here, and this is taking a property, so I'm gonna pass my user, and as you see we have our user here. So beautiful. Now we have also defined our button for adding a friend, but to be able to test that, I'm gonna create another user. So now I have created my users. Let's go and test it out. So let's come back, and we have a user called Mark Twain. Let's open his profile. And as you see, this time we not only get our back button, but we also get an option to add him as a friend. So let's add him as a friend. nothing happened. I wonder because we had a loading mechanism that had to work. I'm gonna open that user inside another profile to see if it's working. So let me open up terminal, and inside that I'm gonna run my app on the web. I'm gonna log in with my other profile to see if everything is working or not. So I actually run the app inside the terminal, and let's close it though. And if I go and open up the app, I have opened up the code issue, and now you see the add button is disabled because we cannot send any friend request. So it means the friend request has been set to code issue. And if I come back and also go again to Mark Twain, we see that it still shows add friend. There's gotta be a problem with it, but our friend request has been sent successfully. But I'm curious to know what the problem might be because we have handled all the cases for sending a friend request. Let's go and close it. And I'm gonna go and take one last visit to a profile screen. So let's go and check it out again. Here when you come inside this screen, you say we have my UID and also the other UID. But the button that we are interested in is add friend. So let's go inside add friend button. Here we make sure that we pass the current user. And the problem that I think it has is, right now our get user info is of type future, but the way it has to actually be is of type stream, because when we perform an action it has to react at the correct time. So let's go back inside our get user info as a stream. Here we don't get any provider, and we have get user info by ID. I want to create one more stream provider. So I'm gonna get all the code from here and create a new provider for getting user info, and I'm gonna call it get user info as stream by ID provider, and the name itself is a long sentence. So let's paste all the code, and we're gonna change a part of it. Get user info as a stream by ID provider. So inside here, not only we need an auto dispose, but we also need a family. After user model, I'm gonna say we have another parameter that's gonna be of type string, and that is our user ID. So here, instead of getting the document that belongs to my user ID, I'm gonna get the document that belongs to this user ID. So I guess this is everything we actually need to do. And let's also get rid of this import, and I prefer to use shorter paths. So let's come here, and inside the profile screen, instead of using this one, I'm gonna use get user info as stream by ID provider, and let's hit save. And as we hit save, it already changed to cancel request. So if I bring my add emulator, and if I press now OK, I also want to make sure to update my other app. So let's say perform hard restart to make sure the changes are made also to other app in real time. The application is being hard restarted, and now you see that we already have sent a request. So if I cancel the request, you see the add friend option is enabled, and if I send a request from here, the add friend option is disabled. So this is all about sending and receiving friend requests. The next step is to show the list of received requests. So let's get into it. So now it's time to start building our friends screen. Let's go inside our feature. I'm gonna close all the other features. And let's go inside presentation screens. The one and only screen that we have is gonna be friends screen. So let's build it. I'm going to import all the files that we need. So here we have a scaffold. The background color is going to be white, like always. Let's import app colors and then use white color. And then we have a body. Inside the body we have a custom scroll view. but we have to first wrap it with the padding. So I'm going to define the padding first. And as always, I'm going to be using the default padding. So let's have our custom scroll view. I'm going to define slivers, and inside that we have a couple of children. The first child that we have is going to be a text. So I'm going to wrap it with a sliver to box adapter, because inside custom scroll view, everything has to become adapted to sliver. So let's define our text. And of course, I'm going to define inside child. This is going to be requests, and I'm going to put it style. Let's say text style. Font weight is bold, and font size is 28. So let's get the formatting right, and I'm gonna also copy it, because we also have the list of friends. If you have seen the demo, we have both of them. We have list of our requests, we have list of our friends on top of each other. So this is how we actually define them. And between these two, we have a divider. So let's define the divider. Height is going to be 15. Thickness is 3. And color is going to be black. Under this request, I'm going to put the list of my request. So let's say requests, list. And we also need to put under friends, our friends list. So let's say friends list. And because Dart doesn't recognize these two classes, we cannot define them as constants. I guess that's a problem, right? So let's go and define them. So let's define them. I'm going to start with defining request list. For that, I'm going to go inside the widget, and let's say requests list.dart. This is going to be list of all the requests that we have. So let's define it as consumer stateful widget, and I'm gonna call it request list. We're gonna also import important dependencies. It takes no parameters. So the first thing we're gonna do inside the build method is to get all our requests. So let's say final request list is equal to ref, and we're gonna watch get all friend request provider. And as you probably guessed, this is going to be an async value. So again, we're going to return this using the when parameter. And like always, I'm going to do the error and loading part fast. And inside the data case, when we have our data, let's first of all name it requests. The first thing I'm gonna do is to return a sliver list, because we're inside a custom scroll view, so everything needs to be sliver. For that, I'm gonna define sliver list dot builder, and this is exactly like list view dot builder. It doesn't have any difference. For the item count, I'm gonna say request dot length, and for the item builder, I'm just gonna get my context and index. Let's first of all extract our user ID out of this list, and then I'm gonna return a friend request tile, or for short I'm gonna name it request tile, and inside that I'm gonna pass the user ID. So now we need to define our request tile. I know this is starting to get more complex, but let's just do that. I'm gonna go inside the widgets and create another one. This is gonna be called request tile.dart. So remember, every request is just a user ID. For that, we're gonna go and get all the data related to that user ID, and hence we need a consumer widget. So let's say request tile, and I'm gonna import both Flutter Riverpod and material.dart. So the first thing that you want to do inside the build method is to get all data for your user. So let's say user data is equal to ref.watch get user info as a string by ID provider, and I'm gonna pass my user ID. Let's also define that. We also need to return our user data .when, and as always, let me handle all the cases. So now that we have handled the error and loading cases, let's also handle the data case. If we have data, Riverpod is going to give us the data. I'm going to name it user. So here the first thing we need to return is a padding, and the padding is going to be a default padding of 8 from all sides. Then we have our child widget, inside which we have a row. The main axis alignment is going to be start, and inside the children we have 2 expanded widgets, because if we go to the complete app, it's going to be 2 expanded widgets. The first one is going to contain a flex of 1, and as child it's going to have an inkwell, and inside that we have a circle avatar, like always, to show the icon of the person. The radius is going to be 40, and we have a background image that is going to be a network image, and it's user.profile pic URL. Under that we have a size box with a height of 15. Then we put an expanded. This on the flex is going to be 3. Inside the child, define a column. The cross-axis alignment is going to be start. And inside the children property, first we have a text that's displaying the user's name. So let's say user.fullname. I'm going to give it a style. Let's put some space here. And under that I'm going to have a row, because this row contains 2 options that we have for user. So when someone receives a friend request, they have 2 options, to accept or to decline. These are 2 options. Inside row, inside the children, we should have 2 buttons. Each button is also expanded by itself. So let's define them. First there's an expanded widget, and as the child we have a round button. I'm going to leave the unpressed empty for now. The label is going to be accept, and the height is going to be 30. So I also copy it for the second button, and the label is going to be remove or reject. We also need to put some space here, and because this is a horizontal space, I'm going to define a weight of 10. Beautiful. So now let's go back to this screen, and I'm going to import my request style. Done beautifully. And for now, I just comment the friend list to be able to save this project, and let's import request list for now, and let's hit save and also hard restart. And let's also not forget to put this screen inside our tab bar. So let's go to constants, and instead of friends screen that right now is only a static text, I'm gonna put my actual friends screen. Data import system doesn't seem to work today, so I'm gonna import it manually. And now if I hit save and go back, so now let's go back inside our friends screen, and we have an error here. Let me make the debug console a little bit bigger and see why the problem has happened. So there is probably a child that is not of type sliver. Let's check it out. And that's of course the divider. I'm gonna turn it into a sliver. Let's say sliver to box adapter, and if I hit save, let's see if the problem is fixed or not. Beautiful. You see that the problem is fixed, and we have also received the friend request from Mark Twain. Let's also accept it here. But if you accept it right now, nothing probably happens because we have not defined the mechanism. Let's go back to our request style and finish working with the objects. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go inside my Inkwell, and here inside OnTap, if we click on the friend request, you have to go to the profile screen of the user. So let's do that. So it's done beautifully. And if you now go to the friends list and also click on Mark Twain icon, we are going inside his profile, and you see we can now add him as friend because we have actually received the request. So let's go back, and we get this error again. I'm gonna do a hard restart. It is gonna fix the error. So the error is actually fixed now, and all I had to do was to go inside request list and wrap my loader and also error screen with a sliver to box adapter. So now we can go inside here and also come back, and I'm gonna also accept my friend request. And when you click on the accept button, it should disappear, but because I have some network connection problems, it might take some long. So while it is being done, let's also start building our friends list. Let's go inside friends list and build this screen. Again, I'm gonna come back inside the widget and build something called friends list.dart. But because it has a very similar structure to request list, I'm gonna copy and paste this code inside my friend list. Let's change its name to friends list. And instead of request tile, let's return friend tile. So friend tile is gonna be a bit easier than request tile. For that, I'm just gonna copy and paste it. So let's go again inside our widgets and build something called friend tile. I'm gonna copy and paste everything. And like always, the structure is gonna be so simple. Let's fix this import. We're gonna use get user info as a string by ID provider. And like always, the first thing we are gonna do is to get our user data. We're using the bin parameter. And again, inside the error and loading, we put error screen and also loader. In the case we have our user, we return a padding of 8 like the previous time. And again, we have an Inkwell. And when we click on the friend tile, we're gonna navigate to profile screen, inside which we have a row. We have a circle avatar that is showing our profile picture with a radius of 30. It is gonna be smaller than this one. We also have a text with a font size of 18 and weight of 500. So this is all our friend tile has to do. Let's close it and go back to friend tile. I am gonna import it, save this one, close it too, and let's also close this one. And now that you see all the files are constant, so let's make it also constant. And to make the changes happen, I am gonna restart the app again. So now everything should work fine. I'm gonna go inside friends screen. But the problem here is that we also have our friends inside the request list. This is somehow strange. Let's also go back to request tile to see if I have written the right code for that. And as you see here, we have a super big bug, and that is that we have never actually implemented the logic for accepting or rejecting a request. So let's do this. I'm gonna use friend provider dot accept friend request and pass the user ID. And I'm gonna also copy the code for here. But instead of accepting it, I'm gonna just remove friend request and again pass the user ID. Let's put some comma to get the formatting right. Beautiful. And we have another bug too. Why is Mark Twain appearing inside our friend list while it is not. So let me do this, accept the friend request, and also do a hard restart of the app.
We also had a minor issue in which I had used get all friends request provider instead of get all friends provider. I'm gonna fix it here. Let's also import it manually. Here we go, and now we're good to go. Here we also need to change all requests to friend as we have copy pasted the code. Now everything seems to be fine. Let's also organize imports. So let's hard restart the app, and now list of friends appear correctly.
In this video, we will learn how to add a story feature to our app. So let's get started. The first thing I'm gonna do is to create a story feature. So I'm gonna go inside the features and create a new one. This is gonna be called story. Inside that, I'm gonna create a bunch of folders. But for now, the only thing we need to do is to create our models. Inside the models, I'm gonna create a model for story. So let's create our model, and this is gonna be immutable. So inside this class, we're gonna have 5 properties. Let's try them one by one. The first thing we're gonna have is an image URL. Then we need a date time. We also need a story ID, an author ID, that is the ID of the person who created the story, and lastly we need a list of views. And this is of course going to be a list of strings, and we're going to take care of how many people have actually viewed this story. So let's create a constructor, and I'm going to use generate constructor, and let's also make it constant. We also need the toMap and fromMap methods, and I'm going to just copy and paste because it's going to take some time. Let's do the import, and now you can write from it, or you can go to GitHub repository and just copy paste everything. So this was all about creating our story model. Let's also learn how to create our repository. So this time we go inside our story feature, and I'm gonna collapse all the other parts just to make sure we have put it in the right place. Yeah, inside our story feature, and I'm gonna create a folder called repository, and inside that I'm gonna create another file that's called story repository . I'm gonna again define it as immutable. First of all, let's define 3 final variables. So after that, we're gonna define our method, and this is the only method that we are gonna have inside this repository, and that is gonna be post story. So let's define it. This method is gonna take a parameter, and that's equal to our image, because all our stories are gonna be of type image, but this is gonna be of type file. And make sure to import it from Dart.io. That is correct. Let's put an async, and again use try and catch like we always do, and in case we have an error, I'm gonna just return it. So the first thing I'm gonna do here is to define my story ID. Let's generate it through using UID package. I'm gonna use a v1. We also need to preserve datetime.now. It's gonna be cleaner. At this stage, I want to post my image to Firebase storage and get the download URL. So let's do that. We're gonna be using our storage reference, and then go to ref. This ref is gonna be the folder name, so I'm gonna use storage folder names.stories, and what it actually is just this constant. So we're gonna create a folder called stories, and then inside that we're gonna create a child, and that's gonna be called story ID. So this story ID is actually name of that story. Then we need to get our snapshot, and I'm gonna use ref.putFile method because we're gonna put an image, and this is the most suitable one. And lastly, I'm gonna get my download URL. That is actually very easy. You just need to await, snapshot, go to reference, and then get download URL. So now that we have got our download URL, let's create our story. So inside here we have a couple of properties that we have to fill. The image URL is going to be the download URL because we have saved our image inside Firebase storage. You can save your image to any storage and then get the download URL. The created that is going to be now because every time we post a story, that is going to be the exact time. The offer ID, we should have it here. I'm going to be using my UID. And for the number of views, I'm going to pass an empty list indicating that this is empty and no one has actually viewed this. So that's for this. And for the last step, I'm going to post my story. So let's say, and this is actually so easy. Let's just say, await. We're going to go inside our Firestore instance. And I'm going to my story collection. And then I'm going to go and create a document. The name of the document is going to be again the story ID. And then I'm going to set or put my story there. And my story is here. But this is an object. So I'm going to turn it into a map. Story.toMap. So this is almost everything about this story repository. Let's also make sure to return null in case we don't have any error. So we are actually done with the story repository. Next, we need to create our story providers. So now that we are done with our repository, let's also create our providers. And per usual, let's go first of all create a provider folder. And inside that, we're going to define our providers. And as usual, the first provider that we are going to define is going to be story provider. And as you might already know, this is going to be a very simple provider. So let's create it. So this is it. This is just a provider to provide our story repository object. Now we need to create a provider for getting all our stories. So let's get into it. I am sure you are quite familiar with the template. This is going to be an stream provider to get all info in real time. But this time, this is going to be a little bit more complex. But don't worry, this is not that difficult. And if you want to define it yourself, you can just go ahead and pause the video and start implementing it by yourself. So if you did not implement it yourself, I'm going to do it for you now. So first of all, I'm going to define the provider. And as you might guess, it is going to be an stream provider. And like always, we're going to have a reference. And let's import provider. And per usual, I'm going to make it an auto-dispose provider. And also, I'm going to specify the type of data that we are going to have inside this provider. And that's going to be an iterable of type story. So let's first of all define our controller. And that's going to be string controller. Again, this is going to be of type iterable story. And when the provider is done, we are going to return controller.stream. So what this provider does is to go to our story collection, but do not get all the stories, but the stories that are posted within 24 hours limit and also are posted by the person who is inside our friend list. So this is a complex part of this one. So the first thing I'm going to need here is to have my user data because I'm going to access my list of friends. So let's define user data. And for that, we are going to watch another provider that we defined earlier. And that's going to be get user info provider. And yes, this is not going to be streamed by the future. And I'm going to use that provider to say user data dot when data. So when we actually get our data, I need to extract my list of friends out of it. I'm going to call this one user, and inside it, let's say, I have a list of friends, and they're going to be equal to a list. And inside this list, I'm going to first of all put my own user ID because I want to see my own stories too. And then I'm going to put the list of my friends. And to be able to put the list inside the list, we're going to use these 3 dots. And that's going to be the list of my friends. So that is it. And let's go defining other parts. So almost all of our codes are going to be written inside this when data, because the only time we can get our story is when we actually have list of my friends. So we need to define all the codes here. And as always, I'm going to create a subscription. So let's go to Firebase Firestore, instance, collection of stories. And I'm going to order them by date created. And let's just go inside our story model and make sure we have used created that. And the order is going to be descending. It means to start from the latest story to the oldest. And then we're going to set a condition here. And that's going to be the date that the story is created at should be greater than yesterday. And then we need to get our yesterday. So let's go above and say first of all, I'm going to create a duration of 1 day, and then I'm going to subtract it from datetime.now. So every time you subtract 1 day from now on, it's going to be yesterday. And all the stories that I'm going to receive should be after this date. So all of them should be greater than yesterday's dot milliseconds since epoch. And then I'm going to put my second where clause, and that where clause says so this one is a bit confusing, but all I'm saying here is that my UID, and all I'm going to be saying here is that the author of the story should be inside this list. So the author of this story should be one of my friends, and I have included myself there. So either me or one of my friends has created this story. Otherwise, I should not see it. So let's get our snapshots, and then I'm going to listen to them. Let's name this event as a snapshot. And here we want to get our stories. And I'm going to map. And each of them is going to be story data. So all I need to say is to return story dot from map. And inside that map, I'm going to put story data dot data. Beautiful. So I'm going to explain again. All that I'm going to do here is to say I have my list of stories, and for that I'm going to go inside my snapshot. We actually have one snapshot. I'm going to go inside the document, and I'm going to map each item. Each item is going to be a story map, and I'm going to turn each of them to an actual story and store it inside here. So here we have an iterable of type story, not map. And lastly, we need to add them to our controller. So let's say controller sync.add stories. You could actually just say controllers.add. It doesn't have any problem, but I'm okay with saying controller.sync.add. And lastly, let's not forget to dispose our controller and also subscription. So when our provider is disposed, I'm going to also get rid of the controller and also my subscription. So why is this not working? Maybe we are in the wrong place. Let's go here and say yes. It works now. So this was all about getting our stories. And by this, we conclude the topic of providers and also repository. So in the next stage, we are going to start defining our UI. So now that our providers are in place, let's start building our UI. And for that, I'm going to create my presentation folder. So let's go inside the story and build a new folder. Inside this, we would have two other folders, one for screens and one for widgets. So I'm going to start building the UI from add story tile. So for that, I'm going to bring on my emulator. And if you open up my emulator and open up the complete app, you see this widget. This is the widget that helps us to add a story. And this is the first widget that we are going to build. So let's start building it. Inside the widget, I'm going to create a file. It's called add story tile.dart. So this is a stateless widget. We are going to start by returning a padding, because if you look at the picture, we have some padding from top and we have also some padding from the two sides. You're not going to be able to see it unless we see our actual stories. So let's build some padding, and it's going to be symmetric. And inside the child, we're going to have clip or rect to be able to give a border radius to our container, and the border radius is going to be 10. Then we have our child that is a container. We give it a color of dark white. We give it a height of 180 and a width of 100. And inside the child, we're going to have a stack. And every time in Flutter, you see that two widgets are placed on top of each other, like this text and also this button on top of this card. You know that you have to use a stack. So let's build our stack. As the first children, we have a size box, which have a height and width of 120. And as this child, we have an image.network. And inside the image, I'm going to be using an image that is inside my constant, and that's profile pic blank. And inside the fit property, I'm going to be using box fit dot fit height. Yes, that is it. Then we're going to have another widget, and because we're placing it on top of another widget, it is going to be positioned. Top is going to be 100, and we're going to give a left and right of 10. Inside the child, I'm going to give it a circle avatar. The radius is going to be 16. And as the child, I'm going to have an icon, and that's going to be icons.add. So this is exactly what we are building here. I also copy and paste this one to create my second position, but this time, instead of having this button inside the child, I'm going to put a column. And inside the column, I'm going to put two texts on top of each other. So let's first of all say text, create, and then you can say text, story. Although we could use our good old \n to create a new line, but this is a preferred method so that we can center it beautifully. So I guess that is pretty much it. And next we're going to build our actual story tile. So that's going to be quite similar and even easier than this. So let's build our story tile.dart, and I'm going to again use the stateless widget. So let's call it the story tile, and I'm going to import material.dart. So this time again we're going to return a padding. The padding is again going to be the same, so it's constant agentsets.symmetric, horizontally 5 and vertically 10. Again, as a child, I'm going to provide a clip or rect because I want to give a border radius. So the border radius is like before, a circular border radius of 10. And as a child, I'm going to give it a size box. I'm going to pass a size box to give it a height. I could use a container, but when you only use a container to give something a height, so Flutter asks you to use a size box instead. It is more efficient. And as a child, I'm going to pass an image dot network, and inside the image URL, I'm going to pass my image URL. And also I'm going to say fit is going to be boxfit.cover. Let's say boxfit.cover. Yeah, we also need to take our image URL. So let's go and define a parameter. And let's say require this dot image URL. So that is pretty much everything about the story tile. And now we have defined all the widgets that we need to define. Next, we need to build our screens. So the first screen that we're going to define is create a story screen. So I'm going to go inside my screens and define it. This time I'm going to be using a consumer stateful widget. Let's say create story screen. Let's also import Flutter Riverpod and also material.dart to get rid of these errors. So let's start building our functionality. And if you go to the complete tab and if you open up create a story, the first time that you press create a story, the first thing that it does is it takes you to the image picker, and if you pick an image, it is going to then bring you to this screen that I'm not interested. So the first thing I'm going to do here is to define a future, and that's going to be of type file, and that's going to be called image future. So let's define our file. It comes from Dart.io. This future is going to be nullable, so we don't have an error. So inside the init state, the first thing that we need to do is to fill this future, and that's going to be image picker is equal to pick image, and this is the method that we have defined. Image future is equal to pick image, and this is the method that we have defined here inside my utils. So whenever your screen is created, the first thing that is done is we create image feature, and then we call pick image. So the first time you enter the page, the first thing that happens is that image picker is opened. We also need to take care of loading, so let's say boolean is loading, and this is going to be initially false. So let's go inside our build method. Here you need a future builder. The future is going to be image future. Inside the builder, I'm going to let Dart to autocomplete. So I'm going to first of all take care of a snapshot. If snapshot.connection is set is equal to loading, I'm going to return a loader, and otherwise I'm going to return an error screen. Why error screen? Because this is the case that we have an error, and I'm going to return my image in case I have my image. So let's take another case, and that is if snapshot dot has data, and I want to check if my data is not null. So if my snapshot data is not null, I'm going to return my actual widget, and that is going to be scaffold. So the job that this scaffold does is just to put my image. So let's say that inside the scaffold we have a body, and inside that I'm going to put a stack. You later will know why. And inside the stack I have children. The first child that I have is a center, and that's going to be my image. So let's use image.file, and my image data is inside snapshot.data, but it doesn't seem to work because you have not even defined a child. After the snapshot, the next thing that we are going to do is to say we have a position, and this position job is to display a button on top of this image, and that button is going to be my post button. So let's say where's the base place. If you look at the complete tab, we have actually used a floating action button, but I think I'm going to go with another type of button in this project. So let's say it has, from the bottom, this is 100, and from the left and right this is going to be 15. And inside the child I'm going to put a run button, and inside the label I'm going to say post 30. So this is just an experiment. Let's see how it actually looks. And we also need to take care of is loading. I'm going to go inside here and say if this is loading, show as a loader, or maybe just circular progress indicator, and otherwise show as our run button. So here inside the onPress, I'm going to make sure this is async, and because this button is used to post our story, the first thing I'm going to do is to trigger is loading. Let's use the arrow syntax, and I'm going to say is loading is going to be to true. And then the next thing we need to do is to say ref.read story provider dot post story, and our image is going to be snapshot the data. And I also want to use then clause. So when everything is done, I want to stop this set state. I'm going to set it to false here, and I'm also going to set it to false here. So I also want to handle the error case. So I'm going to say on error, I again just want to put my set state and set it to false. So I guess this was all about this screen. I'm going to put it to test. So let's run this app. So our app has actually been built, and now we can use our stories. But to be able to open up this screen, we first of all need to display our stories. So as you would see in the complete app, the stories are going to be here under your Make Post widget. So for that, we need to actually build our story view. Let's go build it. I'm going to go inside the screens, and I'm going to say stories view.dart. This is going to be a consumer widget. Let's choose stateless consumer. I'm going to name it stories view. We need to import both Riverpod and also material.dart. So the first thing we do inside the build method is to get all our stories, and we can do it using our provider, and we can watch get all stories provider. Yep, that easy. And now we need to return story data.when. So you already know what I'm gonna do next. Let's first of all take care of loading and error cases. So the only difference we have this time is that we are using Sliver to box adapter because we're inside a Sliver list. So let's handle the data case. I'm gonna name my data stories. So for that, I'm gonna return a Sliver to box adapter because we're gonna have a list of stories, or I can just use the Sliver list view dot builder, not to need to change anything to Sliver to box adapter. But I'm gonna still need to wrap this one with a container. I'm gonna have a height of 200, and I need to pass a color, and that's gonna be app colors, that real white color. So because again we need to use a container, I'm gonna change it to a sliver. Let's start with item count, and this is gonna be stories.length plus 1, because the first item here is gonna be the add story widget. So we're gonna have one more item than the actual number of items, and then we need to go inside item builder, get our context and index. So here we set a condition, and the condition is if the index is going to be equal to 0, you have to return add story tile. Otherwise, you're going to return a story. So otherwise, I'm going to first get my story, and this is equal to stories dot element add, and guess what the index is going to be. It is going to be the actual index minus 1, because I used my zeroth index for add story tile. So this is going to be the first index, and I'm going to minus it by 1 to make it 0 again, and this is going to be continued to the end. I'm going to also add 1 to the end of the length, so it makes sure everything is perfect. And now let's actually return our story tile, but I'm going to wrap it with an inkwell, so later when we tap it, we're going to go and open up our story. And as a child, I'm going to have a story tile, And inside here, I'm gonna say story.image URL. So I guess this is it. This is all we had actually to do for stories view. Although later we're gonna change some small details. Now I'm interested to go inside my post screen. This is where I'm gonna display my story widget. So let's come here and say stories view. I'm gonna say put my story view. And yep, as simple as you see, I put my story view here. And if we wait for a little while, it has to appear here. Guess we have a problem, so let's check our debug console. It might very well be about indexing, and it sure is. Just click on this link to open up the index creating page. Make sure to sign in using the correct account, and then we are able to create our index. So we are navigated to the Firebase console, and I'm sure you are quite familiar by now how to create an index. Let's just click on save, and next we're going to be waiting for a while until this index is being built. So our index is finally built. Let's get back to the application. And here, as you see, we've got an overflow problem, and this seems to be about the sliver list. So it might very well be about using the sliver list. So instead of that, I'm going to use a list view.builder. Let's hit save. And now you see that the UI is a bit messy. So what could be the problem? And the problem could very well be about list view being vertical. So let's turn it horizontal. Let's say scroll direction is going to be axis dot horizontal. If I hit save now, you see that the problem is being fixed. And now if we click on this button, we have to go to the create a story page. So let's come here and say inside the sync bill, I'm going to be using a navigator. So let's say navigator of context dot push name. I'm going to go to create story screen dot route name. And as you see, we still don't have a route name. So let me create one. I'm going to come to the set part of this app and say, and let's also fix this import. Beautiful. So the next step is going to the routes. And here I'm gonna add my new screen. And this is gonna be create story screen dot route name. For now we don't have any parameters. So let's return create story screen. I also make it constant. So perfect. Let's now save this file. And if I now click here, I have to go to this picking image screen. Beautiful. So we are now inside the pick image screen, and now if I click on any of these images, I have an option to post it to story. So if I click here, it's gonna turn into a circular progress indicator that is also being funny, and nothing else happened. So if I come back, I see that the story is being posted here. So there are quite some issues that I have to fix. First of all, these stories don't look like what they intended to look like. Second, I have to go to create a story screen. And in case I am done posting the story, I want to navigate and pop the screen. So this is done. I also want to take care of the circular progress indicator. It looked really creepy. So what can we do instead? I'm gonna also make it centered. Let's see if it fixes the problem. I'm gonna go and add one more story. Yes, it fixed a problem here. And it also fixed a problem of story being popped. But stories are still too wide. So I'm gonna fix that problem too, and there's no space between these two. So let's go to the post screen, and I'm gonna put a size box under this, but because everything is a sliver, so I'm gonna turn it to sliver. The height is gonna be 10. Let's put a comma. I'm gonna copy it here, paste it too. So now we put some difference here, and it looks too much for me. So I'm gonna convert it to 8. Now there is some space between top and bottom of the story. Looks a little bit better. So now I want to take care of this. The story is being too short. So let's go to stories view. The height is 200. And if we go inside story tile, the height is just 100. So what about if we make it 120? No difference. So I'm gonna leave it as it is, but I'm also gonna set a weight of about 80. It is too less, so let's make it 100. And now my stories are starting to look more professional. Yep, I'm just gonna add a 20. So maybe we go with 110. So it looks quite good to me, but your preference can be different. So I'm gonna close the story tile, and it was pretty much it. This was everything about posting and receiving the story. So the next step is actually opening the story and all the fun facts. So our app is almost complete. The only feature that we have not yet implemented is story detail screen. When we press on any story, we go to a detail screen in which it displays all the stories one after another. And it also has a timer. So let's start implementing that part. And just now I remember that I have forgotten to implement one method inside our repository. So let me go back to a story repository. And here we have a method for viewing a story. So let's say view story. This method is actually requires a story ID. So let's go and have it. I'm gonna set this as async. And here we have a problem. It is because I have to define it as required, not final, of course. So let's go inside the body. As always, we're gonna implement try and catch. And if we have an error, we're just gonna return error to string. Otherwise, I'm just gonna return null. Inside here, let's go and say await. I'm gonna go inside Firestore and collection. Let's go to stories. And I'm gonna find the exact document with our story ID. And then I'm gonna go and update that document. Inside that document, we have a property that's called views. And as you remember, views is the list of all the views that our story has got. So I'm gonna go inside that property and update it. So let's say I'm gonna go inside views and I'm gonna say field value dot array union, and I say add to the list of views my UID. And let's make sure it is inside the list. So this is exactly all that we had to do. And now if we open up a story, we can call this view story method. So let's close it here. And I'm gonna now create the last screen that we have, and that's gonna be story view screen dot dart. So this is gonna be an stateful widget. I'm gonna call it story view screen. Here we need a parameter, and that is gonna be stories. So let's say final. Let's string stories. I'm gonna also add it to the constructor. Beautiful. And now inside the widget part, the first thing I'm gonna do is to create a controller. But for this specific project, we need to add a dependency, and that dependency is called story view. So let's go and add it, and I'm gonna say add dependency, and let's add story view. Let's hit enter. And here it says that we already have it inside our dependencies. So beautiful. So let's create a controller based on that. And after creating our story controller, let's also create the list of stories. So I'm going to create a list called story items, and I'm going to initially set it to empty. Let's also make sure we imported story view. So let's try to import it here. And now let's go inside our init state. So the way that this package works is that before we display any stories, we have to create a list of our story items. So I'm gonna go inside init state and do that. Because here from our constructor we receive a list of a string. This list represents all the stories that we have. Sorry, this list should be of type story, not string. So beautiful. And our job inside here is to loop through all our stories and turn them into story items. So let's say for final story and widget.stories. So we use a for each loop to loop through it, and then we say for each of them we create a story view, and that is equal to a story item. And if you take a closer look, this story item belongs to a story view, and we have not created here. So what we actually need to do is like this. We create a story view, and this story view is going to be displayed inside our story list. So the first part that we have to create is a view. So this view is a widget that we create ourselves. I'm going to call it story detail screen or story detail view, whatever you choose, and I'm going to pass a parameter. And then you have a duration. I'm going to say each story should last for 5 seconds. So this is it. We created our story view. And then I'm going to say story items dot add story view. So let's make sure also this is story item. This is of type story item and not string. So now we have done this part. Let's go inside of our body, and here I'm just going to return a story view. We have a story items and also controller. So this is pretty much it for the story view. Now we need to create our story detail screen. I'm going to pick it stateful consumer, and the reason is because every time we open up a story we need to mark it as viewed, so that's why we need the stateful widget. So let's call it story detail screen, and now I'm gonna go and import Riverpod. This widget requires us a story parameter. Let's also add it to constructor. Inside the init state, I'm gonna call the view story method that we defined earlier. So let's go to story provider and call the view story method, and I'm gonna say widget.story.storyid. So like this, every time we open up the story detail screen, that the story is gonna be updated and the view count is gonna increase. And according to the method that we have defined, for each story, for each person that views this story, we only count it once. So if you view the story multiple times, it is only gonna be counted as one. And this is exactly the way that the real Facebook works. And now inside the build method, let's return a scaffold with a background color of white. Inside the body, I'm gonna define a stack. Inside children, the first thing I'm gonna have is a center, and inside the center I have a size box. The weight is gonna be infinite, and inside the child I'm gonna have an image.network, and let's pass our image URL inside that. For the feed, I'm gonna say box feed.cover. I'm gonna cover the entire page. Then we need to put our date posted. So let's come down below our center. Here I'm gonna return a position. From the top it's gonna have a distance of 50. And from the left and right I'm gonna set it to 0. So let's say 0, 0. And inside the child I'm gonna post info tile. We have already used it with a post like here. And I see we have some posts from our viewers who has cloned the repository and exactly posted everything inside mine. So this is our post info tile, and I'm gonna implement it exactly like this inside here. So for the date published, we have created that, and for the user ID, I'm gonna have author ID. Beautiful. And under this position, we're gonna have yet another position. This one we put a space of 10 from the bottom and also 0 from left and right. Inside the child we have a container with with a width of 100 and a height of 50. The color is going to be black, and you're going to be using a light shade of black so that the background can be seen. Inside the child, we have a row with the main axis alignment of center. So as the children, I'm just going to put an icon, and this is going to be a font awesome icon. And inside the icon, this is going to be font awesome icon.ice. So let's also import font awesome icons. The color is also going to be white, so let's again use app colors dot white color, or maybe real white color. And under that, I'm going to have a size box with a width of 10. And then I'm going to have the last widget that I have here, and that is going to be the number of my views. And let's have a style. I'm going to say text style. The only thing I do is to say the color of white. So let's say colors. And again, use app color and use a real white color dot white. Let's also make it constant, and with this, I guess we have done everything we needed. So let's fix some imports here. And also maybe add our key, but I don't want to do that right now. The next thing we need is to add our navigation. So if you click here, we're going to end up in this screen. So I'm going to go inside my story tile. Here we don't have any mechanism for that. So I'm going to go one page back, and that's going to be stories view. Here we return our story tile, and here we have an on tab. So when we click on this, we have to say story view screen dot route name, and again we need to define our route name. So let's go to this screen. Under our parameter, I'm going to define my route name. So this is going to be static constant route name is equal to story view. And let's go inside our routes. So here I'm going to copy and paste. And this one we say story view screen dot route name, and here we also return story view screen. This cannot be constant because we need to add a parameter, and that is going to be a list of stories. So let's say final stories is equal so let's pass our parameters, and that is going to be stories. And now let's hot restart the app to make sure everything is running smoothly. So now that the app is hot restarted, let's click on one of these stories, but nothing happens. Let's go to story tile and stories view. Inside the ink field, we have defined the push mechanism. Let's see if we don't have an error. And I'm going to also open up the console. Going to debug console. Let's click on it once again. And the reason is stated that we pass no parameter, and that is correct because here we actually pass no arguments. So I'm going to pass my stories here. Hit save. So let's now open up our stories. And I don't understand why we have a problem again. Let's clear the terminal. I'm going to pass it here, and it is going to say this is not a subtype of story. Maybe because this is an iterable. Let's turn it into a list. Hit save. And I'm going to click again. This time it is working. So this is our story feature. And every story is going to last for like 5 seconds. And then we're going to go to the next story. And when our story is done, it's going to close everything automatically. But we have not defined that mechanism yet. So we can actually go to our stories view. So we can go to story view screen, and here that we have returned our story view. I'm going to define some more mechanisms, and first of all I'm going to set the indicator color to be black, and then I'm going to also say on complete I'm going to use navigator.pop. So let's remove this parenthesis. The app is saved, and now if I come back and open up the story again, first of all we can see our indicators, and if our time is complete it should be closed automatically. So yes, beautiful. So this is all about this tutorial. In this video we learned how to implement a story feature, we learned how to post stories, we also learned how to display stories, and also we learned how to update our view count. And as you see, because I have viewed this story, the view count is being changed.
To get started, please clone the GitHub repository from the link in the description. Let's start off by creating our chat feature. The first part that we're gonna work on is the repository. Create a file for chat repository, and this is where we define all our Firebase related methods. Create chat repository as an immutable class. The first method that we need to define here is create chat room. So when two users chat, we will create a chat room for them to store their messages and keep track of all the details for their chat. This method requires us of a user ID, and we also apply try and catch for error handling. The logic is that if we fail to create a chat room, we would return the error message, otherwise we would return chat room ID. The first thing that we need to do is to get a reference for our chat rooms collection. Then we need to get the list of chat room members, and it is really important to sort them. Let's define my UID above, and let's now sort the list and make sure to use 2 dots instead of 1. So the sorted members returns the list and not the sorting function. Now is the time to get our existing chat rooms to see if there is a chat room between two users already. For that we use our chat room reference and set a condition to only get those chat rooms that exactly has the list of members. So if existing chat rooms are not empty, we return its ID, as we are sure there is only one chat room. Otherwise we begin to construct a new chat room. So we create the chat room ID, and in case you don't know, we use UUID package for that. Next, let's create a model for our chat rooms. For that, I'm gonna create a model folder inside which I'll put my chat room model. This chat room is gonna be an immutable class inside which we have 5 fields. We have a chat room ID, a last message timestamp, a list of members that's gonna be only 2, because we usually have chat between 2 persons, and created that to say when our chat room has been created. We also have toMap and fromMap methods. Inside these methods, instead of using normal strings, I have used constant variables. All of these constants are defined inside a file called Firebase field names. To access these files, you can clone the GitHub repository or simply copy and paste. Now back to chat repository. Let's create a chat room instance. We already have our chat room ID. Last message is gonna be empty, and last message timestamp is set to datetime.now. The list of members are gonna be equal to sorted members, and created that is always gonna be datetime.now. But when you see the same code twice, there's always an opportunity for refactoring. So I'm gonna put current time inside a now variable and use it in both places. Beautiful. Now all that remains is to post our chat room to Firestore using set method. And what this method does is to create a new document in your collection if it doesn't exist. Otherwise, it will replace your document data with the new one. Also make sure to convert your chat room object to map using toMap method. And lastly, we would return the chat room ID. So I guess it was all we needed to do for this method. Let's also create a method for sending text messages. This method takes 3 parameters, a message, chat room ID, and receiver ID. We apply error handling using try and catch, and in case we have an error, we just return it. But if we don't, I'm just gonna return null. So let's create our message ID first. We also need to store current time inside a now variable. Now let's create a model for our message, and again I'll copy and paste all the code. Our message takes several properties. First, we have a message that can be our text or the link for the video or image that we have sent. We also have a message ID, sender ID, receiver ID, message timestamp, a bool to check if message has been seen, and also a message type to check whether this is a text message, image, or a video. And per usual, we have toMap and fromMap methods. Back to chat repository, let's create a message instance. We already have provided message and message ID. And for the sender ID, I'll just put my UID. We have the receiver ID, timestamp is equal to now, send property is false, and message type is set to text. But then I noticed that I have defined my method outside the chat repository class, so let's move it in. Next, we need to get a reference to the chat room that we want to send our message to. Inside the chat room, create a subcollection called messages. Create a document with the message ID, and then save the message inside the document. Now we also need to update the last message. Again, we need to use chat room reference. Use the update property to only update certain fields. Other fields are gonna stay unchanged. Here we only need to update last message and last message timestamp. So that's all for sending a message. Let's also explore how to send a media message that contains either an image or a video. And because those two methods are very similar, I'm just gonna copy and paste. Inside the properties, instead of a message, we need to take a file and make sure to import it from .io. We also need to provide the message type, and we also need to save our media to some storage. I will use Firebase storage for this purpose, and let's not forget to rename this method to send file message. For using Firebase storage, we need to create a reference. For that purpose, let's get an instance of Firebase storage at the top. Use the ref property to create a folder inside Firebase storage. Then specify a child to create a subdirectory, in this case, name of your file. This structure is very similar to Firestore, in which you had a collection and then a document inside that collection. The ref property here indicates the root directory of our storage, but giving it a parameter of message type, we create a folder with the name of that's either an image or a video. Then we specify a child, and as we're inside the folder, the child name indicates the name of our file. Lastly, get the download URL out of the task snapshot and use that as our message content. And instead of text, let's change our message type to be equal to message type parameter. And just like previous method, we get a chat room reference and save our message inside that. The only difference here is that we update our last message and indicate we have sent an image or a video. I also noticed that we're sending raw date times to Firebase, so let's change them to milliseconds since epoch in both of the places. The last method we need to define here is send message. This method requires a chat room ID as well as a message ID. Inside this method, if you open chat rooms collection, find that specific chat room by chat room ID. Go to messages subcollection, find the message using message ID, and then set the message send property to true. And now for handling the errors, put everything inside a try and catch, then make a return type a feature of nullable type string. Here we go. So this was all about chat repository. In the next section, we will start working on with our providers. Now that we are done creating our repository, let's also define our providers. For that, I'm going to create a folder for providers, and the first provider that I'm going to code is the chat provider. This is the most basic provider, and its only job is to return an instance of chat repository, so we can access it anywhere in our code. The next provider that we define is called get all chats provider, that is responsible for getting all the chat rooms that we are part of. This one is going to be an stream provider, so we get the data in real time. So if someone sends us a message, their name should appear in the list of chats. Also, the last message has to be updated in real time. So let's define a stream provider. For that, we need to create a stream controller. Let's specify a type for this provider that is iterable of chat rooms. I'm also gonna make it auto dispose. And inside the dispose method, let's close the controller and cancel our subscription to Firestore. At the end of the method, we also need to return controller.stream, and hence our controller should be of the same type as our provider. Now let's create our subscription to Firebase. First, let's try to go to chatrooms collection, get only those documents where their member field contains my UID. So let's define my UID above. We also need to order our chats based on last message timestamp. So the chats with the most recent messages appear on the top, just like all the famous messenger apps. So now let's get our snapshots and listen to them. This method gives me a snapshot. So for getting list of chats, we need to go to snapshot.docs and map each document that is of type map. Then we need to turn each item into a chat room using fromMap method and return them. This gives us a list of chat rooms. So now we can add all our items to the controller to be returned as a stream. So this was all we actually had to do to get our chat rooms. Next, let's explore how we can get our messages for each chat room, and because these two are very similar, I'm gonna copy this code and use it for getting the messages. So let's create a file called get all messages provider, and I'm gonna paste all the codes I have copied just now. First, chain name of the provider to get all messages provider, and because we get all the messages for a specific chat room, we need to provide the chat room ID. So let's make our provider a family provider. This way we can have parameters. So now we have two data types here. First is for the return type, and the second one is for the input parameter type. So type string as chat room ID is a string. You also need to specify name of your parameter after the ref. Let's also make sure that we get a list of messages rather than chat rooms. Here, instead of getting all the chat rooms, we get one chat room with the chat room ID provided. Then we need to go to messages subcollection, and just like before, we get all the snapshots and listen to them. Now we just need to change all the chats to messages and make sure to map our snapshot data to messages instead of chat rooms. And lastly, add our messages to the controller. Now let's refactor our codes and also organize imports. So it was all we actually needed to do with providers. In the next section, we will work on the UI and functionalities of our app. So now that we're building the UI, let me bring the emulator to the site. I'll also run the app. First of all, I want to enable my users to create a chat room. And I want a chat room to be created as soon as you press send message button. So let's create this button in profile screen, and I'm gonna give it a transparent background. Also, let's put some space between these two buttons. When you click on the button, you have to navigate to chat screen. So let's create chat screen inside presentation screens. Inside chat screen, you have to return a future builder, and the future is create chat room method to create a chat room as soon as we enter the chat screen. And as you can see, this method requires us a user ID. So let's get it as a parameter above. While the app is loading the data, let's show a circular progress indicator. Let's also define a chatroom ID variable at the top. And when the data is loaded, we fill our chatroom ID with the snapshot.data and then return a scaffold. Let's define a route name for chat screen. And inside the routes, I define a route for chat screen. So first we change our route, get user ID, and then return chat screen. Inside the profile screen, we need to pass the user ID when navigating to chat screen. So now if we click on send message, it takes us to chat screen and also creates a chat room in Firestore, as you can see here. Next, let's display list of chats, and for that I'm gonna create chats screen. The first I want to do is to define routes for this screen, so let's do that. Let's also add the routes to the chat screen. Now hot restart the app to apply the changes. I want to be able to go to chat screen by clicking on the messenger icon. To make it clickable, wrap it with gesture detector and add a navigator. Now click on the messenger icon to open chat screen. Replace the container with the scaffold. Now we can see a white background. To have an idea of how chat screen should look like, I will open the final project. This is how the UI for chat screen look like. you can click on this icon to add the story, and this one to open your profile screen. I'm gonna start the UI by giving a white background color to scaffold. Inside body, add the save area and then use padding. I'll use default padding. Inside padding, add a single child scroll view to avoid overflow errors on smaller screens. We put everything inside a column. The first widget we need to build is the app bar. I'm gonna create a method widget for it. Define it outside the build method. Start by returning a row. The first element is my profile pic that displays your profile picture. Let's create a separate widget for that. Hence, we need to create it inside a new folder called widgets. Make sure it's a consumer widget and do the imports. First, we need to get the current user's info by get user info provider. Then we use our provider's when property to handle error and loading cases. In the data case, return a circle avatar with a radius of 40 and set the background image to user.profilepic URL. Now return to chat screen and import my profile pic. Then we put a size box with a height of 5. And then we put the chat text and give it some style to make it look bigger. Let's open up our real app, and as you can see, the profile pic looks pretty big. I'm gonna change the radius to 30. Looks perfect. Now we need to add our add story button and push it all the way to the right. For that, let's use a spacer, and what it basically does is to take all the space and push all items to other sides. Use a round icon button as the story button, but as per design, this button doesn't have an onPressed. For that, I'm modifying the button and define my onPressed using a void callback and make sure it is nullable. Then let's wrap our padding with an inkwell and pass our onPressed handler to onTap property. Now inside our onPressed property, let's navigate to create the story screen. But because we're outside the build method, we don't access to the context. So we can either wrap our widget with a builder or use a stateful widget or use an stateful widget. To save time, I'm gonna first convert my widget to a stateless widget, then use Dart helper to make it stateful. Lastly, let's make it consumer by adding consumer keyword before any state you see that are actually 3. Now let's save our work and do a hard restart. And now we can add a story from chat screen. You can customize it the way you want, but I'm gonna leave it as it is. Now it's time to build the search widget. For that, give 20 pixels of vertical space and define it below. I'll just copy and paste the entire widget, and this widget requires as a controller, but I don't need it now, so I will just get rid of it and make it constant. But we've got an error here, and Dart asks us to remove curly braces in the parameter list. Search widget is pretty simple, so I'm not gonna explain it. Let's put a size box with a height of 20 after it. Then let's define chats list, that is the most important component here. Make sure to wrap it with an expanded to take up the entire remaining space. Let's define it as a separate widget. Use a consumer widget and import required dependencies. Get the list of chats inside the build method using the app provider we defined earlier. Return the chats instead of the container and take care of loading and error states. Return a list view for displaying the list of chats. Item count is going to be chats.length, and inside the item builder, get the current chat from the list of chats. Also get user ID of the other person from the list of members in the chat. The way it works is that there are 2 users in the list of members, and you get the user ID that's not yours, so it's gonna be the next person. For that, you also need to define my UID inside the build method. Now let's create chat tile inside the widgets, and I'm just gonna copy and paste all the codes for that. So let's also fix the imports. Inside the chat tile, first we get user info using get user info by ID provider, and for the UI, we have a padding of 8 from all sides. There is also an inkwell, and if we click on it, we navigate to chat screen and pass user ID as an argument. Inside the row, we return a circle avatar for profile pic and also the name. We then return last message and last message timestamp under it. So this is all about UI. Inside chats list, just return chat tile and pass all the required properties. Now that is complete, let's go to chats screen and import it. Let's also wrap it with expanded to make sure it takes up the entire screen. But it looks like wrapping with expanded causes a UI error, so I would instead wrap it with a size box. When we click on the chat, we want to navigate to chat screen. We also need to pass a user ID, but inside the routes, we get our user ID as a string and not as a map. So let's modify it. Now if we hot restart the app, we see that we can open a chat with the user. In the next part, we will explore how we can send a message. Let's start designing our chat screen. But before starting, let's take a look at the final design to have an idea of what we are building. So this is how the final product looks like. To start, let's open up chat screen. Inside the scaffold, give a background color of white and also define a title. Inside the leading, put an icon button that is iOS back button with the color of messenger blue that we have defined inside our app colors. And inside the onPress, use a navigator.pop to pop out of the screen. Now, set the title spacing to 0, and inside title, define a widget called Chat User Info that requires a user ID. I'm gonna build that widget inside the widgets folder. It's gonna be a consumer widget. Inside the build method, we need to get info of our user through user ID. So let's define user ID as a parameter. Now that we have our user info, return user info dot when and take care of loading and error cases. This time I'm gonna copy and paste the codes for them. But for the data case, let's return a row. Inside the row, the first child is gonna be a circle avatar for the profile picture. Now put a size box with a weight of 10. After that, place a column for the name. Set the cross-axis alignment to start. The first child is the user's name. Give some styles and then put a messenger text at the bottom. It also needs some styling. Now let's go and import it inside the app bar. I'm gonna go to actual app and hot restart. And it looks as expected. Now we have to start working on the messages part. Start by defining a body and put a column inside. Define the messages list wrapped with an expanded widget. Put a divider and then define message input. I'll comment messages list for the moment. So let's create build messages input, and I'm gonna copy paste the code to save time. This is actually a huge widget. I'll explain important parts. First, do all the imports, and inside the pic image, get rid of the image source and also go inside the pic video and do the same thing. Next, we need to define a message controller for our text field. Let's define one and make sure it is initialized in the init state and also disposed. Now let's hot restart the app, and now our message input UI is showing correctly. If you press on the image button, it's gonna open the gallery, and if you press the video button, it's gonna open up videos. We also have a text field for sending a message. If you press this button, it's gonna send the message. Now let's come to the code. Inside the onPress, we use chat provider to send a text message, and as soon as the message is sent, we clear the text field. Now let's see the code for sending a video. Inside the onPress, we first pick the video using the video picker. If the video is null, we stop the code execution. Otherwise, we send a file message and pass our video to that. Also make sure that the message type is set to video. And we do the exact same thing for sending an image, except that we use image picker and message type will be image. Now we need to define our messages list. I prefer to create it in a separate file. Again, I'm gonna use a consumer widget for that. As always, the first thing we need to do is getting our data, that is in this case our messages. But to get the messages, we need the chatroom ID. So let's get it as an argument. We also need to get my UID to specify who the message belongs to. To get actual messages, return messages list.when to handle error and loading. I'm sure you're pretty familiar with it at this stage. Now return a list view.builder for displaying the messages. Inside the item count, return messages.length. Inside the item builder, first store the message in a variable. Then define a variable called isMyMessage to check if this message belongs to me by checking the sender ID. And if that is my message, I will just return send message. Otherwise, return a received message. We need to create both of those widgets. First, define send message inside the widgets folder. I'm gonna copy and paste the code for it and make sure to fix imports. Let's also define received messages, and again I'm gonna copy and paste the code for it. As you may have noticed, there is a widget that is used inside both of them, and that widget is message content. The job of message content is to display the correct message type, so it determines if the message should display a simple text, an image, or a video. I'll create the message content inside the widgets folder. I'll again copy and paste the code, and we do the imports. Then we need to change the message type to file type. Let's also organize our imports. The logic of this widget is that if message type is a text, it will just return a simple text. Otherwise, it will return post image video view. Post image video in itself checks for the file type. If the file type is an image, it returns a network image. Otherwise, it will return a network video view. This is a widget we have defined earlier, and this widget is responsible for creating a playable video. Now let's import message contents inside send message. Let's also import it inside the receive message, and instead of using run profile pic, let's use run profile tile that we have defined earlier, and it asks us for a URL instead of user ID. Also remove the extra imports to get rid of the error. Now save the file and exit. Inside the messages list, make sure to import both send and receive messages and hard restart the app. Let's test the app by now by sending a message. It works, but you notice if you send many messages, the oldest message appears at the bottom. But if you want the latest message to appear there, for that, go inside messages list view and set the reverse property to true. Save the file and it works perfectly. The next feature that we're going to be working on is ability to mark messages as seen. So when the other user sees the message, it has to be double ticked. Inside the list view.builder, we mark messages as seen using chat provider seen message method, but only if they do not belong to us. That way we cannot see our own messages. The way it works is that list view builder only builds widgets that are in the viewport. So when the other user scrolls to that message, it is being built, and hence the code is getting executed. So now let's test the app to see if all the features are working correctly. Now that the chat feature is working correctly, let's work on chat rooms. You might notice that the list of chats are not appearing, and it is because we need to create indices for them. Open up your terminal and you might find a message like this. Click on the link and it will take you to Firebase. Log in with the account using which you created your Firebase project, and a dialog appears asking you to create an index. Just click create and wait for your index to be created. Another issue that you need to fix is that when you navigate to a profile screen, make sure to pass your user ID inside a map like this. Now let's test our app. I have opened two different accounts on two different phones. Notice that the chat room is created when I press send message button, but the last message of the chat room is empty. Notice how the last message changes when I send a new message. When I send one more message, I notice that the last message appears at the top. That is not the expected behavior. So let's go to repository and sort messages by timestamp and make sure it is descending. Let's hot restart the app, and as you see now, the issue is resolved. So let's test the app by sending some more messages, images, and also videos. So this was all about Flutter chat tutorial. I hope you liked it. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and hit the like button. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video.